I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919 380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
Good morning, everyone. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to Black Business Network. I am Black Business, Tamisha Thomas. I am the CEO of Too Much TV and the Executive Director of the TMT Youth Community Foundation. We want you to come out to our film festival October 14th so that you can understand we're kicking off and telling the story of Raleigh, North Carolina. This morning on the Black Business I'm your moderator this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This morning, our speaker is none other than founder of Black News on Clubhouse, Nightly Black News, and Black Grant Alerts, author of the Black Toolbox, available now for pre-order, one of 4 founders of the Black Twitter, one of 5 co-founders of Black LinkedIn is thriving community built up to 6,000 members on Clubhouse app and 1,500 members on LinkedIn. One of the founders of Write a Legacy Club, 18,000 club members on Clubhouse, on the Clubhouse app. Martin is a frequent contributor to Black Think Tank Club, which has over 15,000 members. Martin. Mr. Pratt, how are you doing this morning? I can't hear Mr. Pratt.
Oh, there we go. Hello. You guys hear me?
I hear you now, okay. Mr. Pratt. How are you doing this morning?
We're having a little bit of technical difficulties. Can you see me?
I can see you and I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. So yes, good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here. One of the things that I wake up every morning thinking about is how can I serve our community better? And for me, I think the main goal I have in service is being able to give Black people options. I was blessed to be able to have mentors in my life and have people that poured into me that allowed me the experience to, from being one of the first people on Twitter with the word Black in their Twitter name, to being one of the first non-degreed college journalists to get a fellowship. It's all because of the Black people that poured into me. So I want to make sure that I give back and I do the same thing.
Well, thank you, Martin. We want to listen out for what you have to tell us this morning. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes. So good morning, y'all. One of the things that I wanted to discuss this morning, we're going to discuss resources and how to access them. But I'm going to start with my story, and I'm going to abbreviate it because I'm a friend to Black Business Olympics, and I've been where Sister Thomas was at. And I mean to say thank you, Tamisha, for your excellent introduction. Where I began my career and then my purpose and passion is in technology. Where I excelled at, I think that I was able to teach my father and anybody that was not computer literate, I was able to show them how to use a computer. Our first computer we had in our house, which was a Commodore 64. So it tells you how old I am, right? And then in high school, I was at a high school in Newark, New Jersey that allowed me to understand how to use the IBM XT computer and AT computer. And that's sort of where I got my start at, because a Hispanic man came into our school and asked, does anybody know how to network these computers? And this was in 1986. And I didn't know how to network them, but I showed them I knew how to log on and to use software. Back then it was something called, WordStar 2000 for WordPerfect. And there's something called DBase Plus and also SuperCalc. So super like calculation, SuperCal, before Lotus 1-2-3. So yeah, I'm taking it back. And he said, well, we have an opening at our company. He didn't tell me the company name. And he said, why don't you come on by? And I went to Newark Airport. And it just so happened that he was in charge of financial planning for all of Port Authority of New York, New Jersey. So tunnels, bridges, the airports, all of that, the money that comes in, the gate fees or the tolls and stuff like that, he was in charge of, and he wanted his department to be up and running when the mainframes back then would go down. He wanted them to stay up running. So he gave me my first job. Loved it, stayed there 2 years, worked while I was in high school. And really that, because of that brother, Mr. Diaz, he really poured into me to understand as a young Black man how to move within a corporate environment. I was teaching white, older, probably in their 50s or 60s, male accountants who were CPAs, how to change their mindset from doing things analog, which are on a piece of paper, and using these big scientific calculators to using software. That laid the foundation for me. And in the 90s, when I lived in Brooklyn, Fort Greene, Brooklyn, my neighbor was Omar Wasu. Omar Wasu is a founder, creator of Black Planet, which is still around today. Many people don't know. Black Planet still exists. It has 11 million people on that platform. Black Planet was really the first social network that was based on HTML code to have direct messaging in your inbox, and you could have an instant chat with somebody while on the World Wide Web. AOL had it to some degree, but Black Planet used it as a social network exclusively. You didn't have to sign in. You had your profile and go right to. You didn't have to have a disk and dial up and all that stuff. You just went to the website. And so from there, Black folks created something. Another set of Black folks created something called Urban Entertainment. And you may remember this movie, Undercover Brother. And what that movie came from was a animated short that was on Urban Entertainment. Urban Entertainment was before YouTube. And it was a video portal that had a bunch of short videos. If you remember the Budweiser commercial, it was what's up? That commercial, that came from that website also. So that website, if you Google Urban Entertainment and go to the Wikipedia page, you'll learn the history of the brothers behind that. YouTube came out and is the exact copy of Urban Entertainment. The brothers that created Urban Entertainment retired, and literally the next year, YouTube popped up. So for me, Blackness has been centered and central to digital media innovation. And in that space, we had MySpace, we had Come Up, we had different things that happened socially around those times. We had the Hip Hop National Convention. We had a bunch of things that kind of merged. We had bloggers and Black bloggers. We used to have a website called Black Electorate. Black Electorate, it's ELECTORTE. That was really the first Black news global website. So that brother that created that was Cedric Muhammad, and he created a column website that had all these columns on it. And each column was Black news from around the world. This is before RSS feeds. So Blackness, us, central, connected to this entire platform of socially connected network. And we see it over and over and over again with Facebook. And then with Twitter, very, very early on Twitter, because my co-host of my radio show, at that time, I had to rate the first technology talk show on FM radio. And that was in New York on WHCR 90.3 FM. Our show was called Technocolor. My co-host said, "Hey, Martin, you should be on Twitter." I was like, "I'm good. I'm on MySpace. I'm on Blog Talk Radio. We're good. We have a blog." She's like, "Nope, you gotta be on this thing on Twitter." And I went on Twitter and I tried to take my centered Blackness to Twitter through what was successful on MySpace. Culture First. That was with a K. That was my name on MySpace. And my family owns a bookstore called Sisters Uptown Bookstore in Harlem. And that bookstore, we were able to take a lot of Black authors and put them on MySpace and manage their MySpace pages. So I felt I was good, but she convinced me I needed to be on Twitter. I came over there with Culture First. There didn't seem to be any appetite over there for that. So I decided to take this other brand I have, where I talk about how, as a Black man, I love Black women. It was ILUV Black Women. The other company, I had to spell it that way, the intention right there, had to spell it that way because ILOVE was Black Women, was pointing to West Coast Productions, which is a porn site. So I had to make sure that I was uniquely different from that brand. When I went to Twitter, I didn't tweet under I Love Black Women. I got 100 followers. I was like, whoa, this is really interesting. What's the phenomenon? Anyway, liked, enjoyed Twitter, and Obama got elected. And then a word came out called post-racial. So on Twitter, I was the first person with the word Black in their Twitter name. And 3 other people I followed, and they followed me also, we got into a debate, really an argument, for a whole weekend. So for 48 hours, we were arguing with about 45 people off and on about whether or not the word Black was still going to be relevant because we got a Black president. And of course, our position was heck yes, right? So at that Monday, we started the hashtag Black, and we started being Black everything. Black, I went to breakfast. Black, I just graduated, whatever. I went to Staples and I got to check out this. And that's what people did on Twitter back then. We talked about the things we did. We checked in with a software called Foursquare. And because of that, we're considered the grandparents, me and the 4 people, myself and 3 other people, we're considered the grandparents to Black Twitter. I got to shout out these people because they were phenomenal folks. April Davis, who wrote a blog called Around Harlem, she passed. And then Mr. Mike Street, that's the name of his name on all social platforms. Unfortunately, we lost Mike this year to cancer. And of course, Wayne Sutton. So Wayne and I are the last founding members of using the hashtag Black and being centered in Blackness on a social platform. Giving you all that so you can have the framework from which I come today to talk to you. I come today to talk to you about a concept of how to reach Black people, no matter where you are on this planet. I look at our community and I look at 5 parts to our community. Part 1, media. So a radio, podcast, Black newspaper, media. A lot of times in a smaller city, not like a city like New York, Chicago, let's say a smaller city like Indianapolis, let's say a smaller city like Nashville, comparative to, a large city like Miami or Chicago. A lot of times in a smaller market, the Black journalist or the radio host or the podcaster or the writer doesn't get a lot of attention, but they produce content every day. They're just kicking butt. And they don't have a lot of high following. So they're available, they're accessible. That's the media. Then we have college students. Our college students, throughout my history online, have been phenomenal people to tap in with. Again, a highly underutilized asset. Where do you find college students at? There's organizations like student organizations of another organization. For instance, the National Association of Black Journalists have collegiate chapters. I'm blanking. Urban League has something called the Young Professionals. A lot of those people are just getting out of college, or some of them may be in college. So we got the media and the college students. The Black techies that we call today blurred, so Black nerds in your city, in any city, the techies. An actual real life influencer, a pastor, a teacher, someone who really influences people in your community. The grandmother, that feeds everybody on a block. That's a real life influencer. And lastly, the business association or professional organization. For instance, we just mentioned the Urban League's Young Professionals. There's also 100 Black men, 100 Black women, chapters in every city. There's also a National Sales Network, chapters in every city. That's the network of Black salespeople. There's Black Nurses Rock, chapter in every city. I can just keep going down the list, You want to find a professional business organization that's actually doing things in the community and shows up for events and comes out and supports. So these 5 parts to the Black community form a fist. That's Black power. And that's Blackness at its core. That's my belief. If you take that fist, you can punch through anything. And so one of the shared resources that I want to talk about today is how do you access these 5 parts without spending a dime? Social media was designed and built on the concept that you have to give to receive. Again, let me say that again. The construct, the framework for social media, the box, is giving first. You didn't walk into a party back in the day and say, of course there were people that did this, but the average person, the average one of us didn't walk into what we used to call a gathering or a rent party, or we didn't walk in there and just say, yo, where the lick at? We walked in there and say, hey, here's what I brought. We gave. You also didn't walk in there and say, here's my business card. Hey, why don't you get to know me? Hey, here's my, that wasn't done. So you don't do that on social media. You give. You follow those 5 parts on social media. You look at what they're talking about. College students, for the most part, these collegiate chapters, they want speakers. They want us to come and mentor them. They want to be connected on LinkedIn. They want. And our job, I believe, I'm 51, and I believe my generation's job for the next 50 years is to give to the last generation or the last generation, which is the Generation X, Generation Z, and Generation A, as they matriculate through their educational system, it's our job to mentor them, to make sure they have all the access and connections they need. Shout out to Sister K for listening. Thank you. And as you listen and observe on these social media platforms and on their websites, you will see language that you can respond to. If you have, no matter what you're doing, if you have information that will help those 5 parts, again, the techies, the media people, the actual real life influencers, college students, and business or professional organization, the fist. If you have something to give and put inside that fist, and it's literally could be information. If you could be literally someone that sells life insurance, or someone that's a dentist, or someone that's doing car detailing, you, I guarantee, have a specific way of looking at your industry that the rest of us have no idea. And you have a specific way that you have trailblazed through your industry, your passion, or your purpose. Sister Thomas, who introduced me, she's a filmmaker. She has a specific way she looks through a camera and how light, she's able to capture light. I want to understand that. I want to know why I should have my camera at a certain level and what tripod I should be using. And if I am a part of an organization, I want to hear from Sister Thomas and give to me. And you see what we're doing, right? The fist is open, the 5 parts. Give it, close it, got it, let's go. So our shared resource is us. And we have that ability. It's literally at our fingertips. Literally. Like Sister Harriet Tubman, when you look at the Underground Railroad and the walk that she had to do, from down south to up north, there's a beautiful statue of Sister Harriet Tubman in Boston. If you get a chance to Google a brother by the name of Mel King. Brother King was the first Black professor at MIT in the computer science department. He was the first Black computer science professor who didn't go to school for computer science. Brother King was a civil rights activist. He was on the ground talking about, back then in the 60s, our brothers and sisters took philosophy and African liberation philosophy and deconstructed racism, and it scared the white folks. And Brother King was central to that African-centered liberation movement in Boston, Massachusetts. The genius president at that time of MIT said, you know what we don't have in technology? We don't have any civil rights leaders. So Mel, I want you to come to MIT and teach us computer science, but with the framework of civil rights. That was a genius move. That's why I will tell every young person, choose MIT before you choose Stanford. Go where there is some foundational appreciation for Blackness built into the structure of the institution. And I know there's a lot of Stanford people out there that's going, oh, Martin. All I can say is Snapchat. Look up Snapchat and where the founder of Snapchat got his idea and what dorm he was at in Stanford. I rest my case. Anywho, Brother King is in Boston. They're building up downtown Boston where he lives at, which is really the end of the Underground Railroad or the stop in Boston. And they're building up, gentrified neighborhood, and he decides to pitch a tent and refuse to move until the city agrees to build low-income housing. And in that low-income housing, guess what? He also said, I need a computer lab for residents of this housing. And he got it. And it's famous. Later on, he also requisitioned the city. This is, again, shared resource, what we got in our hands, us, that we need a statue of Harriet Tubman, who traveled through the Underground Railroad and stopped here. And he got it. It's a beautiful statue. I mean, beautiful statue of Sister Harriet Tubman in Boston, right near Mel King's house. Now, Mel King he's in his 90s, and we are praying every day for Brother King. But the reason why I brought that up was to say, when we think about Harriet Tubman and we look at these beautiful statues of her, and there's many other examples, but Harriet is somebody that's in my Masterminds Alliance. The Masterminds Alliance is in the book Think and Grow Rich, and it talks about ancestors, people that we know who spiritually are connected to us, and using the ancestors to evaluate your business idea. I would urge anybody, you can get Think and Grow Rich, a used copy for probably 50 cents on Amazon, plus shipping and handling. It will probably cost you $5. I love going to Amazon and getting used books from the Salvation Army or the Goodwill or whatever used thrift store that's on Amazon. I think there's thrift books or something like that. And you get paperback copies for $1 or 50 cents, and then shipping maybe $3. And boom, you got the knowledge, right? Get that book, Spook That Sat by the Door, a bunch of other books I'll tell you to get in a few minutes. But anyway, Sister Tubman really had to go through everything to get from the South to the North. We have everything at our fingertips. There's literally nothing stopping us today. Now, you talked to me about in 2010 or 2000 when I was banging a drum and telling people that there's a digital divide and Black people don't have access to computers and we don't have access to broadband and the dial-up modems are too slow that we're using. That's not the case today. We got, iPhones and Samsung, Androids, and we are Black, according to PewInternet.org. That is the Pew Institute. We Black folks, we over-index on broadband internet access. We have usually 2 smartphones to an average white family or white person has 1. So we have access, and it's at our fingers. All we need to do is take our genius, as they like to say, thanks to Brother George, genius is common. Take our genius, put it inside that fist, the 5 parts of any Black community. And I will challenge anybody within the sound of my voice to tell me you can't reach the community through 5 simple touches. Take your information, put it in a fist, ball the fist up, and walk with that. I don't care if you're building houses. I don't care if you're flipping real estate. I don't care if you have a dang on laundromat. You have something to give to those 5 parts. You know how many times I go, because I travel a lot, and I love, I don't know, I grew up in a household where we cleaned and we did laundry and we used clothespins and we hung stuff out the window on the clothesline. And you're pulling the line and it's all that. I love going to laundromats because I get to throw something in the machine, and especially these new hotels and these beautiful machines, and you just touch sensitive and you get to see the water. I like things clean. So even if you have a laundromat, you have something to give. How to load the machine properly, how to not there's a system to folding a shirt so your buttons don't get bent up. There's all kind of things. You have information to give. The 5 parts of the community needs that information. So that's one shared resource. 5 parts, the Black community reachable through social media, give them information, they will hold on to you and that information. And now you're connected to your community locally. 5 parts again: media, local journalist, local radio station, local Black newspaper writer, blah, blah, blah. Black techies, Black college students, local influencers, somebody who really influences people, pastor, alderman, city council person, grandmother who feeds the block, teacher that taught everybody. Last part, the business professional Black organization in your community. I listed several organizations that have chapters in almost every Black city in America. The Urban League Young Professionals, the National Sales Network, the 100 Black Men and 100 Black Women, the Black Nurses Rock, or the National Association of Black Nurses. And of course, there's the Black Chamber of Commerce. So definitely we can reach our community, and we have something to reach our community with. Us, our knowledge, our purpose, our passion, right? The next resource I want to talk about are books. And I don't know if you're going to be able to see it on my screen. Yeah, you are. The Little Black Book of Success. This book, I live and breathe this book, because these sisters that wrote this book, they are 3 Black women. The book came out in 2010 that were vice presidents at Time Warner. One was the head of HR. One was just retired recently, the deputy legal counsel, general counsel for Time Warner all. And one was the head of a studio, vice president of a studio, Cinemax, a division of HBO. In this book, they have what it says, Laws of Leadership for Black Women. Beautiful book. Again, you can go to Amazon and get it used, or go to a Black bookstore, preferably. Shout out to Sisters Uptown Bookstore. That just happens to be my family's bookstore. 22 years in the business, year 23. Shout out to my cousin Corey and Aunt Jennifer. But support Black books and Black bookstores. But my point is, these 3 women wrote the blueprint for Black women to make it successfully in corporate America, or in any business ecosystem, any business environment. Great book. Another great book that I want everybody to think about, purchasing, is this book, 101 Mission Statements from the top companies. Those mission statements, I'm just going to scroll through this real quick, and let's just take, Clear Channel. What's the mission statement, Clear Channel? To provide outstanding entertainment, information, products, and services to our communities, and effective solutions to advertisers. Pretty clear. Thanks, Clear Channel. Comcast. We'll be the company to look for first for the communication products and services that connect people to what's important in their lives. See the difference between Clear Channel and Comcast? Why do I say we need this book? This is, going to cost you maybe, again, $5 or $3. I, get the books used. Why do we need this book? Because this is a start to understanding what your business facing statement will be for the community. We all need to have that framework. And that framework for me, I was recently just taught something. I'm trying to see if I find the book. No, I don't have it really accessible. The book I wanted to show you is called The Brand Promise. And I want you to understand what a brand promise is. The brand promise that you're making to the customer before the customer touches your product or service, or even hears what you are selling. Your brand makes a promise through the font, through the color, through what the eye sees, but then what the heart feels. That brand promise will inspire your mission statement. And so the book is called The Brand Promise. It's case studies of a number of companies' brand promise. And why is this important? because Black people, we have brand promise built into our DNA. We literally can eat, breathe, sleep what we believe we're here to do. And we see it time and time and time again for either Honey Pot, that company, the brand in Atlanta called Slutty Vegan, Sylvia's Restaurant, Glory Foods. I just keep going down the list of Black-owned brands that created a promise, Black enterprise. When you hear these names of these companies, your heart aligns with something. And what that you're able to do with that as a company is you can fulfill that thing that the heart aligns to, or you can actually not fulfill that, and then you lose your customers, or you don't have a strong brand. But we were never taught this. I literally learned this 2 weeks ago. A good friend of mine who is what they call a futurist, I mean, her job was to predict the future in consumer purchases, taught me this. I did not know it existed. But when I learned it, I was like, Black people, we do this. Like we make brand promises all the time. This is great, you know. And the reason why I showed you 101 mission statements, because once you get your brand promise, once you understand what you're promising to the world, write your mission statement and then follow through with that. Now, I know I'm running out of time. I want to get some things done really quickly. I want you to know about a great website for you to go to that I support wholeheartedly, Urban Awareness USA. Urban Awareness USA. These brothers and sisters, they create daily email letters that tell you what's available in Black grants. I'm going to say that again. Urban Awareness USA. Sign up for the email newsletter. Yes, you're going to get spam. Meaning that you might get 2 newsletters a day and both of them are selling their products. Oh, no, sorry. If you get 2, you probably get 1 that's selling their products and 1 that has the grants. If you get 3, you might get 2 that have the grants and 1 that has the product. They do that purposely. I love how they do that. But they are literally the leaders. So you don't have to pay nobody. You ain't got to go to no workshop. Urban Awareness USA. There's also another resource I want to make sure that we are aware of. And I just love this brother, Moses West Foundation. We know we had a crisis. We have an ongoing crisis in America when it comes to Black neighborhoods and actual water. Moses West Foundation. Brother West has created machines that have been deployed globally. These are big machines, the size of a room in some cases, that take water out the very air, clean it, purify it, and turn it out back to people. He's down in Jackson, Mississippi. If you go to Moses West Foundation on Instagram, if you mainly he goes to Instagram and puts up he's also on TikTok. Moses West Foundation. You can see the machine he's deployed to Jackson. He built the machine on site, created a GoFundMe to fund the machines. The machines are, they're expensive. They're like probably the smallest one is in the $40K and the bigger, larger ones are in the $60 to $80K range. That will feed an entire neighborhood. But again, we Black folks, genius is common. We have everything we need within the Black community. What we need to do is just ask. And when you make your, in some religion they tell you to make your voice heard loud, cry out loudly, right? How do you cry out loudly today? You get on these social media platforms and you go to these celebrities pages and you leave a message. That's not how you cry out loudly. We have a structure in our community. You ask your friend to repost what your ask. Hey, I'm looking for a good graphic designer. Hey, I'm looking for a good lawyer. Hey, I'm looking for whatever your ask is. Think of yourself as one part of a connecting, interwoven community. And the more that you ask your friend or family to repost your ask, the louder your voice gets until it rises up. And I guarantee you, 100%, over and over and over and over and over again, it's happened in my life and others' lives. Once you make your ask known and you ask for people to support your ask, you will get the answer. Another great resource to go to on Facebook is Traffic, Sales, and Profit. The word traffic, sales, and profit group. 41,000 Black people in that group. Daily, 10 to 15 questions answered. There's no selling in that group of promotion of yourself. What it is introduce yourself, and then we want to know what you want to know. What do you want to know? Whether it's getting your product into Target, whether it's getting a co-packer for your food business, whether it's where do you buy bottles at, since now we have all these problems in the food and the logistics arena. Like we want to know all these things, right? Definitely. Traffic, sales, and profit. Great group to go to on Facebook. Great organization. And lastly, I would say a lot of people sleep on LinkedIn. LinkedIn, as we love to say, in Black LinkedIn, is that, and Black LinkedIn is not a destination. It's a community that's formed out of LinkedIn. We love to say that LinkedIn is not your grandma's LinkedIn anymore. They have stories there. They have everything that Instagram has. They even have LinkedIn audio rooms like the app Clubhouse. And the reason why I say that it's important for us to show up on these platforms is because our brothers and sisters are there. We may be disconnected and disjointed, but we're there. And literally on every platform, you can type the word Black in front of the platform, and you'll find a hashtag Black TikTok. You'll find a hashtag Black Twitter. You probably won't find a hashtag Black Facebook, but there is a brother that has a group called Black Facebook, though. And he's doing some interesting things with that group. But my point is, you want to find Blackness on social media or these platforms, just type the word Black in front of the platform name, and you'll be surprised what you see and what you find, right? So, hey, this has been a blessed morning. I love that I have the ability to share my morning with you. I don't know what your morning routine is, but mine is definitely to, to meditate on my purpose and my passion. I have 10 affirmations that I say to myself since I was 38 years old. So I've been saying these affirmations for 13 years. And I have an exercise routine that I complete. And then I'm ready to start my day. So once I'm done here, I haven't been able to do my exercise. I'm excited to get to my exercise. And I want to make sure that I have the ability to, start my morning off right. So I started my mental morning off right with you guys. That's awesome. And I will say, one of the things I really want, hopefully, you to take away from this conversation is, yes, Martin has connections. Martin has information. You see my social media. You follow me. Ask me a question. Love to help and to be there for you. But what I know isn't because anything special. What I know is because I had the ability to be blessed to give to people. And I had the ability to be blessed to be given to. A lot of people poured into me. And I know my passion or purpose is to leave the planet with information in my community. My community needs to be empowered and informed. There's no longer a reason for the Black community to be clueless. No, Nope. We do too much. We have too many interconnected relationships for us to be clueless. In fact, I believe we are sitting on so much information that we may be stopping ourselves from succeeding because we're sitting on so much information. We just don't know which thing to turn to first, right? Shout out to Blackverse. Thank you, Blackverse, for listening. Appreciate the comment, and I want all people. I want all of our people's passion and purpose to come through. I want any and every person that's in the sound of my voice to sit down right now and write. If you don't know it already, a friend of mine says, Future Kane, she says a lot. Have you sat with yourself? There is a real valid thing to do is to sit with yourself. Listen to what's coming in here and what's coming in there in their heart. We move so fast. We actually, if you look at the Juneteenth Declaration, it says Black people can be free if they do what? Continue to stay in motion. So it's ingrained in our hearts that, and people say this all the time, at least in my circle for a long time, not since probably 2015 have I heard people say this, but I know that, parts of my circle is not a big circle, and there's other parts of the country, so people can still be saying this, I will sleep when I'm dead. No, you need to sleep now. We need to rest now, not when you're dead, brother, sister. We need to rest. Self-care is one of the most revolutionary things Black folks can do because they told us we can't be free if we stop. So stopping to hear and listen and contemplate, what are you here to do? Why are you motivated to do what your body and your mind and your spirit has told you do? And then do it the best, most intelligent way you can do it. I call that intentional intelligence. So you have an intention. So you sat with yourself. You're like, man, my passion is really horses. I really love horses. There is a brother right now in Arizona who has one of the best horse trails and farms you will ever find. And when you hear this brother talk about, he's on this planet to talk about horses and encourage Black people to ride. I am not a horse person. When I heard him talk, I was like, yo, I want to come to his ranch. I'm starting to think about what kind of apples I can feed these horses. I'm just like, because he understood the assignment, right? He understood his passion and purpose. So we sit with ourselves, we ask ourselves the right question, and then we act with Black intentional intelligence. We don't have to know all the who's and what's and how's it, because we got this, we got the community. And once you tag or ask your family, your friend to share your request for information, in America, we have the Freedom of Information Act. We have in Black community, we have the Black Freedom of Information Act that we don't ever use. All we got to do is ask, y'all. But before you get to the ask, you got to sit, you got to get what you want. Not what you want materially, but what do you really want? That reminds me, it's a great video, audio book, free book for you to go to YouTube and watch. How to get what you really, 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 really want by Dr. Wayne Dyer and Deepak Chopra. How to get 4 reallys what you want. Excellent book. I used to listen to it daily. It's a 2-hour book. Throughout my day, I would listen to that book daily for about 5 to 7 years. So I could shift my mindset and really activate what I really wanted. It's on YouTube. It's free. It's a great book. They also have a video. They did this workshop on PBS Live. That's a good video to watch, but the book is better. Listen to the book or play the YouTube video. But in that space of getting what you want, I'm urging you to use Black intentional intelligence. How to get you what you want the most intelligent way that you have access to right now. I am blessed to have been able to spend this time with you. Thank you, Black Business Olympics and Black Business Expo USA, and Brother Mark, Dr. Kelly, Sister Thomas. You guys have a beautiful morning. I'm Martin, and I'm done speaking.
Thank you, Martin. I learned so much from what you presented. I took down my notes. I will go get my books. You've got me excited about reaching out, about being a fist, and seeing what I can offer in the cyber community. And we want to thank you for your time. Genius is coming. I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App below. The Cash App is below. There it is. It's $BBXUSA. Send some money to the kids, and make sure you help them get to college. Our goal is to give laptops up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business USA sponsors for September 2022. First Atlantic Insurance Group, Creative Force Studios, First Financial Securities, NC100, Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, The Breathing Experience, Margie McLean Foundation, Work That Thing Supplements, Live Shackle Free, Nubian Media, Black House Media Group, 5 Star BDM LLC, Black Metaverse Enterprises, Technical Consulting, Carthon Consulting Group, Lotus Rich Ignites, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Career Communications, Steam City USA, Artistic App Design, I Define TV, Lee Entertainment, Genius is Common, Black Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, my name is Rochelle. I am 11 years old, and my genius is entrepreneurship, and my genius is comedy. I have been hard at work, and my genius at the age of 8 when I asked my parents to buy me an ice cream cart for my 8th birthday. Why? Because I love ice cream, and I knew that 99.9% of the world loves ice cream too. I started my business because I wanted to make my own money, give to my school's missionary, help my family, and buy my own toys. While working in my genius, I have learned a lot about business and what it takes to be successful. I quickly learned that hard work, determination, and perseverance are the standard qualities you need to succeed. However, in my 4 years as a business owner, I have learned things that you can't learn from a book, like the true meaning of customer service. Great customer service is how you sincerely say thank you to each person who spends their money with you. I have learned that there are more people praying for me to succeed than those who are not. I have learned that people are always watching and are expecting great things from me. I can't imagine letting them down. I have learned that I must lift as I rise, and that I must be my brother's keeper. I have learned that it's very important to give back to the people, the causes, and the community where I live. I have also learned that once I become a billionaire, I will be well on my way to becoming a billionaire and to changing the world by providing jobs and opportunities to others. I'm Boshell, the little icing cube, and my genius is Colin.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
A 10-year-old founder of a company, meet Carter, ladies and gentlemen.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy. Especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, host of the Success for Women show, which airs every Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Our mission is to help women accelerate the path to success. Women in the workplace, women in business, and women who aspire to become business owners, live their dreams, and reach their goals. So join us Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to Black Business Network. I am Tamisha Thomas, and today we have speakers. Shawnee Smith, good morning. How are you?
How are you this morning? Good morning. Thank you all for being here. I'm so happy to be here on the Black Business Expo Olympics. Okay. I am Shawnee Smith, like you said, of Can Do Spice. And I actually want to introduce your genius to the world. Okay.
Thank you, Shawnee. Go ahead, girl.
Please let me celebrate you. So Tamisha Thomas is the founder of TMT, Youth Community Foundation, a nonprofit organization that trains youth and exposes them to science, technology, engineering, arts, and math curriculum. Her marketing genius leads her into schools to fill the knowledge gaps for children from wealth-challenged communities. Her students can be found behind the camera in television studios and behind the pen crafting new books. So I present to you, Tanisha Thomas.
Thank you, Shawnee.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for being here. And just so you know, your genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Well, that was a warm introduction.
Of course.
I want to thank Shawnee Smith for introducing me. Yes, I do have two organizations. I have a nonprofit, the TMT Youth Community Foundation, and Too Much TV. And so,
tell me a little bit about Too Much TV.
Well, Too Much TV is a distribution company. We've been working to build a nonprofit, and so I am so excited that we are working on our first documentary, and it's called "Top of the World: Gentrification Through the Eyes of an HBCU Student."
Okay.
And basically, we're exploring how students can live in a community and have industry right at its fingertips and never walk inside some of these buildings that are downtown or in our Research Triangle Park, or really understand the depth of being a part of the Silicon Valley of the East. And so when I say that, they're like, huh, what's that? What's Silicon Valley? What's Silicon Valley of the East? And we primarily in the nonprofit work with college students. A lot of those students are from Shaw University, and Shaw University sits right in the business district of our downtown, right across the street from Red Hat, right across the street, right around the corner from Citrix, and right around the corner from Pendo. And a lot of times those students have never seen the insides of those buildings and do not know exactly what's going on here in the community that they came to become educated in. And then once they leave and they graduate and they go back home, they miss a huge opportunity to connect to industry. And so in working with students, we realized that there's a huge gap in we have the education gap, we got the digital divide, we have the school to prison pipeline, but there's just a gap of knowing where you are. And so that's what we'll be talking about today. And I greatly appreciate Black Business Network, Black Business Expo, and the fact that you guys do this to provide scholarships so that we can change mindsets and expose these students to something profound. And so I really like the fact that not only are you uplifting Black businesses, but you have the scholarship portion of what you do to connect students to the resources that they need to be able to move further in an economy that's changing. So thank you for this opportunity.
No, thank you, because what we need is children to see vision. And when they're in a place that they don't even know what they're missing, you're filling in that gap for them. Because like you said, they're right there, and have no idea what the inside of the building looks like, what it looks like to be on the other side.
Yeah. The Top of the World is actually a parking garage that they go to that is the employee parking lot for Red Hat employees. And it's about 5 stories high. And right around this parking lot is just like that picture in your background with all those buildings. That's what it looks like, with this lower level deck and all these buildings around it. And the kids go up there and they feel like they're on the top of the world. And I'm like, no, inside the building is top of the world, not in the parking deck. So so we're exploring these things and expanding their mindset to say, this is just the parking garage. What's in the building is the top of the world. What's in the building is the corporate package. And what are these companies looking for? So you have to be able to have a skill set that allows you to sit in these rooms. So this is just not about understanding where you are. Then is what is your skill set? What are these people looking for? What do they want to see on the resume? What are the soft skills? How do you get connected to this $80,000, $100,000 job that is just kind of common in our marketplace? And that's what the documentary discovers. Why does this exist? And who can help to expand the mindset of these future college graduates? And majority of the kids we work with are going to graduate within 6 months.
Within 6 months. How early can they start? Can they start prior to that place?
Well, our program, the nonprofit, actually engages kids 8 to 25. We see ourselves as a career pipeline organization. And what we do is our college students act as the teachers in this pipeline. And so we would love to get students earlier than their junior and senior year, because that means that we can work with them. But today's mindset of the student is like, they are not really interested. This generation here is a little bit different than when me or you graduated in college, where we realized, okay, I'm gonna give my best foot forward. I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna absorb. These kids can pull out a meal in the microwave in 2 seconds. And so their idea of what it takes and to earn something is a little skewed, because they've lived in a technical age. And so they expect things unrealistic of what it takes to really be able to show and prove. And so that is why the skill set piece is so important, because just because you graduate from college doesn't mean you're going to get a job. It really boils down to, how can you help this company thrive? How can you help it succeed? We are in a Silicon Valley of the East. Coding is here. Can you code? And so really the understanding and expectation of what companies are looking for. And then we got to change the mindset of the kids I went to college. You have to really be able to say, okay, well, what's on the resume that allows you to align with what this company is looking for, such that you take advantage of the skill set that's here. So that's the biggest challenge that I'm seeing right now, is to get this microwave generation to recognize that a career isn't microwave.
Do you talk to the children also about how they can network and how they can connect with it in their own peer group to bring each other, aboard?
We are in the process of doing that. So this semester we are our goal is to be able to kick off the idea that we're having this film. And then we've partnered with Raleigh Founded, which is a co-working group that I'm a part of. They have over 300 members. These are all entrepreneurial startup companies, some of which include Pendo, that have come through Raleigh Founded and now have one of those large corporate offices downtown. And so last year we got this epiphany, because the Shaw students ended up with the NC State students in this mentoring mentee speed dating with corporations kind of situation. And so I'm like, hey, this is an amazing opportunity. Can we get some of our mentees, which are primarily Shaw students, involved in that type of thing? And so we're starting this year with a panel discussions, because I don't want to throw them into a situation when they're not too keen just yet of what networking looks like, because it's not what you know, it's who you know. And so we've aligned partners to, we have the use of NC State's building this year. We've got Shaw students. We have intermittent place that they're meeting in, because we want to just really kind of take them off campus and show them what the expectations were. But the Shaw students this quarter felt like I required a lot, so they went missing. So we ended up with a TMT apprentice program, which are younger sets of students that we're going to move through the program. And so we are teaching what entrepreneurship looks like, what soft skills look like, how do you introduce yourself, how do you guide a conversation, how do you lead a conversation, how do you pick someone's brain. And so, and then we're making sure that the skill set is there, so they can provide a value add in a way that you're not just begging for a job and that you can't sustain it once you get it. We want to make sure that you can thrive inside of a company and open up the door to have more students from your university come in and do what needs to be done.
And more students that look like them as well, right? I hope they're
Right.
all encouraged as well to apply for the scholarship that the Black Business Network provides for students worldwide. Now, do you work with students globally at this place? Have you worked out how to work with them virtually, or you're just dealing with the students that you actually can deal with in person?
Well, we just got to a space because of COVID. We're able to look at our infrastructure and say, okay, how can we do this from a virtual space? And so a lot of the schools right now are using a software called Handshake, and so we're now just and it reaches like a ton of schools. Like I don't know exactly how many schools, but most career development offices are connected to this Handshake platform, and so we are right now looking to expand the internship to a virtual space because we just acquired the tools that will allow us to be able to have a virtual workforce because a lot of what we do is video production, a lot of what we do is social media marketing, and so now we have the tools to be able to train from a virtual space and to be able to have those students assist us with what we're doing in the for-profit and train as well. So yes, that is what we're currently doing right now, is to move the program to a virtual space so that we can acquire more students.
That is excellent. I just love that what you're doing, because let's be honest, they are our future. And a lot of us at this point have come across some of our youth, and because they have this microwave mentality, some people would like to give up on them and say, hey, we're in trouble. But instead, you're actually pushing through and giving them the skills. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do as far as behind the pen, that aspect of it?
Behind the pen, oh gosh, is huge. Is so much. I'm finding, and I'm gonna speak very frank. I'm just going free. I was born in 1975. So 1975, I missed they killed everybody. So Kennedy's dead, Martin Luther King's dead, Malcolm's dead, and I'm from Alabama. So I sat in the cradle of Confederacy. Alabama fought that fight. Emmett was dead. Alabama organized. This is time. We're not sitting on the bus. It was already ready. They were looking for an opportunity to move this needle forward. So, and this is part of the curriculum that I actually taught in my nonprofit for quite some time. And so behind the pen, it's a lot. It is, I've found that, I mean, there's a doctor, I want to quote her. I don't know her name. She's a professor at some university, and she says that all African-American people are traumatized. That's what she says. She says, we all need therapy.
Mm-hmm.
And she said that, and just think about it. I mean, going through 400 years of oppression, my father will tell you in a minute, he's not Black, he's Indian. He's denial. I'm not a Black person, I'm an Indian person. And I have to remind him, it doesn't even matter, because when you watch the nightly news and you see a man being pinned down on the ground, can't breathe, and you watch that, that's still trauma. You know what I'm saying? That you could possibly be picked up and your rights taken away because of policing, because of the mass incarceration, because of those things. Right. And so I'm finding that not only as we as individuals need therapy, our institutions may sometimes acquire that as well. When you look at the history of Shaw University, it is a profound history. It is Henry Tupper. He was a white Confederate soldier, Union soldier. He came to Raleigh, North Carolina, and was asking his business colleagues for money to start a school. And they had no idea it was going to be for freed slaves. And so when he opened this school, and all of a sudden it was freed slaves coming through the doors of the school, his business partners were outraged. So much so that he had to hide out in the cornfields so they wouldn't kill him. And so for a long time, the students of Shaw University, and it was Shaw University was one of the best medical schools prior to the medical school closing. They actually had the Leonard men who contributed to a lot of doctors in the downtown Raleigh area. those students had to go to class with the threat of death and actually use underground tunnels to actually have to be educated in that space. So can you imagine a private institution, industry is growing around it, gentrification is happening at an alarming rate. There's a lot of land and people standing back looking like, how long do can this university survive before it closes its doors with, these types of things. So Shaw University as an institution is like, who can we trust? And
Right.
so it comes down to, so we as an African American people finding our place and moving through this new world sometimes can be scary because our past, imagine to educate the Black mind meant somebody had to die or to be strung up. So you have to move past that. So the idea of what we have to do behind the pen is to educate. We have to force relationships. We have to kind of teeter along the line and say, okay, that happened then. I know it's kind of hard to be able to understand in this great landscape of this Silicon Valley. You hold a very piece of powerful land, but we've got to get to a place of healing as individuals in our institutions. They closed our hospitals, they bombed our cities, they killed up, Alabama, you're strung up, you're lynched. So in that space of this trauma-filled past, we have to do a lot to be able to say, but we've got to stand in this new industry. We have to be able to have a place in the Silicon Valley of the East. We have to know what the future holds, and we've got to be a part of it. So it's almost like we have to heal that old stuff before we can fully emancipate ourselves and be a part of the system in a huge way. Because remember, the Emancipation Proclamation said that you a slave until you commit a crime. And so I've worked with Shaw students that says, hey, the police come and they see us and they don't feel like we belong in downtown. This is what the students have said to me. Mm-hmm. And so it's a lot. It's reassuring that, okay, we're in a better place now, I hope. And then let's kind of put that to the side and let's still understand what the industry dictates as far as what you need to know to be able to get into that building. So you're not standing on top of a parking lot to say, hey, I want to get in. So a lot of mental health, and I'm not a therapist, I'm not a psychologist, but I just have to let them know, hey, we have to be able to focus on this set of problems and not this set of problems. And that's your soft skills and your ability to meet whatever the job requirements say. So that's a lot. The mental health piece is a lot.
It really is. Essentially, you are reprogramming them. And that's the beautiful thing about mindset, that you can turn it around in an instant. But you really have to do the work to start working on that. So I think what you're doing is just so important, so needed. It's phenomenal, really. I would love to know how you started, how you came up with the idea that this is what I'm going to do. This is how I'm going to serve.
Oh, wow. So it goes back to Alabama. It goes back to Alabama, and it goes to Mr. Huntley Batts. It goes to the Chitlin Radio Market. And so after vaudeville, after there were certain places that African Americans could go throughout the country. You had northern cities, and of course the northern city was segregated. And so inside of Chicago or inside of Harlem, inside of St. Louis, there were places in those spaces where African Americans could go. And those pieces of the town were carved out to be totally African American. In the South, there were places like WEEP Radio, which was founded by Mr. Leroy Garrett about 60, 70 years ago. And Mr. Leroy Garrett was, he moved in from Birmingham to Huntsville, Alabama, which is a purse of Alabama. It is the arsenal of Alabama. when you go through, they may say space and rocket ships, but that's where they're making missiles in this country. And so I'm assuming one of the places they're making missiles in this country. And so it's military, as Redstone Arsenal. And Mr. Garrett signed on the radio station, I think in 1950 something. Before he passed the station on to his wife, and his wife, I guess about in the 80s, came to Mr. Huntley Batts, who was an insurance salesman there, and wanted to keep the radio station Black owned. So she sold it to the only man in town she felt could buy it, and that was Mr. Huntley Batts, and he was my boss. So after I graduated from college, I worked at V103, which is a number 13 market for radio. I was a number 1 station in that market. It was a corporate radio station. It was owned by, at the time that I was there, I think maybe CBS Radio owned it, but it changes hands all the time. It's a cash cow. It's a powerhouse. And so I was seeing corporate radio at its finest, corporate Beacon Parkway, Peachtree Boulevard in the middle of Atlanta, going to work by subway, or if I decide to drive my car, that's where I started my career. And I saw corporate. I saw Marcia Gomez, who was in the promotions department, had been there for 20 years, my age now. And I saw her passed up for the position of the promotions director when they hired a 26-year-old non-degree person from Florida, and she just went berserk. Head down on her desk. Why did I give my life to this? I'm in this department with a bunch of kids. I'm never going to move anywhere. And my heart went out to her. And I was like, this is what corporate is. I don't want to be here. And so I started my career in a place that most people finish it. So I already knew I didn't want to go to corporate. And then I went to this small radio station, 137 market. Mr. Batts owns an insurance agency. The radio station is his hobby. And I got to town, and he just thought I was the greatest thing since sliced bread. I come from a market. He was from Huntsville. I went to one of them white schools, University of Alabama at Birmingham. I wasn't a graduate of A&M or State like most people in Alabama. It was something different about me he saw. And he trained me in everything that I knew. He took me to the business meetings. He took me to understand how to do the Black Arts Festival. He just scooped me up. People thought I was his daughter. And so he just told me that it was all about the community. He told me that the radio station and insurance agency was about payroll and him never missing payroll, and about employment, and about being able to provide the Black Santa, and being able to provide this idea of community. And then I was able to dive deep into the pictures of the radio station, saw Mr. Garrett feeding the community with Sunbeam bread. If you were doing advertising with him, you better come with community stuff. You don't give no just advertise on my radio station. We're feeding the community. I saw a woman who needed a kidney, and she needed a kidney, and she came to the radio station, and they got on the airwaves to give someone in the community a kidney. So sitting in a radio station that had that much community in it, sitting in a radio station that had Mr. Batts' sister, Miss Netta, would come over and do the Easter egg hunt for the kids. And she, as a promotions director, she didn't want me to touch her event. I was like, okay, bye, I'm off then. And so it was a family business standing in gap for the community like the church would. Mr. Batts' wife was she served as the interim president of Alabama A&M several times, anytime that they needed a president. So you have this power couple in Alabama. Wife is an educator, husband is an insurance salesman, and their hobby is the radio station. Black excellence, Black genius at its finest. Exactly. And he taught me what the vision should look like. And then one day, one of our record reps, Andre Money from Def Jam, called me up and said, Tamisha, what do you think about your job? I'm like, I love it. Oh my gosh, we got a convention. Mr. Batts didn't like us going to convention. He called the record company Record Weasels. He didn't like the women in his station dealing with the record company because the industry can be salacious. Is the word I'm gonna use.
Right. That's a good word.
And Dre called me up and he sent me some music. He sent me DMX at the time, Flesh of My Flesh, Blood of My Blood. He sent me Ja Rule, and he sent me 3 6 Mafia. And he said that his artists, 3-6 Mafia, 3666, Sign of the Beast, were making music to steal the souls of people. And the artists blatantly would tell him that in the studio. And so he'd been convicted. So he called me up and convicted me too. He went to gospel music. Dre was an artist in repertoire, which he would travel with the artists, make sure that they got to the venues, and he did that kind of thing, dressed the artists, that kind of stuff. He was with the artists all the time, made sure that they show up for event dates, because sometimes artists, they like to party too much and they'll be in the hotel room sleeping. So artist repertoire, he would travel with the artists. And he got to know that a lot of the artists was making music to basically steal the souls of our youth. And so then I got convicted. I'm like, Mr. Bass, why are we playing this music on the radio station? It was misogynistic music. And Mr. Bass, a lot of the Black community wasn't supporting Mr. Bass. Mr. Bass got money from Pepsi, from corporations, and from this and from, he couldn't bite the hand of his advertisers. He had to be able to serve and be able to make sure that payroll, he met payroll every 2 weeks. So then I began to question, like, okay, I'm showing up to schools and I'm seeing little girls pop and drop, you know what I'm saying? And move suggestively, but this music isn't bringing out the ancestral self of who we are as our people. Then I came here. At the time, my fiance, he was part of the tech boom. He graduated from Alabama A&M. He got a job with a tech company in the area, and I moved here and I began teaching school. Moved away from my first love of radio because I've been convicted. So I've been convicted, and I walked into the classroom, and then I found the school to prison pipeline. I didn't know it was that at the time. I didn't know it was called that. So I met Miss Geraldine Shammy of Mary Magdalene Ministries, who that was her sounding card, and she homed at the homeschool prison cycle. I didn't know about policy that was forcing kids out. I didn't know that. All I knew was that my kids were not at grade level, and I was told that I needed to pass them. Demario Atwater was in my class. He was a young man who killed Eva Carson over at Chapel Hill High. That made national news around 2000. I taught him in 2000. I already had the company in my head at WEUP. And so as I was teaching school, I was seeing generational poverty, and I saw how the school system capitalized on us not having books in the 1800s. I capitalized on Jim Crow, capitalized on those things, and just I found out what inter-school segregation was. And so I was like, okay, I felt so passionate. I was going around telling everybody about this way to catalog kids into these grades. On one side of the school is getting great education, and these other kids were not at grade level, couldn't read, couldn't write, couldn't multiply, couldn't write a sentence. It was horrible. And I just was, I had to do something about what I had seen. And so I put what I knew together in the nonprofit, and it's curriculum, it is history, it is voice, it's storytelling, it is cognitive skills, it's interviewing skills, it's communication skills, it's collaborative, 21st collaboration skills. We align it to Common Core in the nonprofit, and we inspire kids. We catch kids when they've been long-term suspended because of the policy, and we tell them that we teach tomorrow's leaders today. It was training tomorrow's leaders today until Mr. Batts said, "You train a dog, Tamisha. You train a dog. You don't train people. You train a dog."
Right.
And that's where it came from.
It's interesting how your turn of events changed because you had somebody to mentor you, and you didn't just take that and say, well, I got mine. You have become a mentor for other people. So it's obvious that would make sense that you would connect with other visionaries, like all the excellent Black businesses that you've heard for the last 4 days, and including the genius of our visionary, Dr. Eric Kelly III, for putting this together. I applaud you. And I know there are several people have probably already told you that, all the reward that you have coming for doing what you do. but know that you're part of each one of those students' story of success later. They'll say, because Tamisha Thomas cared, because of TMT, I can do this. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to know, like, are they encouraged to connect with each other from a peer-to-peer level? Because sometimes there are children within the community that we just can't get a hold of because they are so far removed, because they have been so beat down in the education system, that maybe one of their friends can say, no, listen, you have to come with me and see what they're doing here. You have to get connected with her to see what they're doing. I think it is just excellent for the people that want to connect with you. How can they do that? How can they contribute to the documentary? How can they link up with you? How can they get students to you?
So we are having a kickoff film festival October 14th. It is going to be held at Raleigh Founded on 2409. We do have an event out right now. So if you just Google TMT Film Festival, it will come up. How they can connect. Right now, our board has. It took a long time for people. I'm a woman, right? When I first got to town, I was 20 some years old. And people were like, oh, she's cute. Just pat her on the head. You know what I'm saying? What? You gonna do what? Television on internet? That doesn't ever work. What are you talking about? That's too much data. And it was just amazing. Post-COVID, people starting to get serious. Like, wait a minute. We're going to need internet if we're going to survive. And so now what's happening is that they're like, where that girl at with them kids? Because we make it affordable, you know. So what we do with youth, we make affordable. So we always need board members. We have a Juneteenth event, which was amazing last year. We celebrated Juneteenth and we had people out. We had a fashion show. So we like to raise awareness around why we're doing what we're doing. We're doing it because there's a school to prison pipeline that's gobbling up our kids. We're doing it because there's a digital divide. We're doing it because there's an academic gap. And we're doing it because we're sitting in the seat of technology. So if we get these kids the skill set, we can circumvent those systematic things that have us trapped. And so I think it's taken people a long time, especially within our community, the people that I reach and the people that I want to reach first. I've done this very, very strategic because I didn't want to have an organization that was grant funded, that was going after grants and changing the mission of the organization based upon grant funds. I'm doing what I'm doing so that we have a revenue stream that's consistent, that is independent of anything, and it's already sustainability built into the organization. So we always need board members. Going to the TMT Youth Community Foundation.com connects you to being on our board, connects you to, I'm right now making a sustainer program so that we can have monthly contributions for people who want to stop the school to prison pipeline, for people who want to change the achievement gap, because those teachers inside of a classroom are not being, they're telling those teachers to pass the students. The year that I was a teacher in 2000, the state got caught changing grades for end of grade testing. Yes. So if you really understood or walked into a classroom, our poor teachers are having disciplinary problems because the kids can't read. All the kids are drugged up on Ritalin. The teachers are drugged up. They're drugging up the teachers to sit in that environment. So our schools are failing. I mean, I attended an education conference that said they're going to close the schools. They're going to close the schools in rural areas. It's an education conference that I was invited to by Mary Phillips because I'm part of the Business Alliance. They said that people are concentrated in certain areas throughout the country in metropolitan statistical areas. And about 75% of most states have people concentrated in 3 or 4 metropolitan statistical areas. And those country schools out there, you know, right now there is a lawsuit that 10 counties brought against North Carolina. It's called the Leandro case, where those counties are saying, hey, why are we getting the funding that other counties, top tier counties are getting? And so right now in North Carolina, a judge has said, hey, legislator, appropriate some money to these counties because you have to fund a sound-based education for everyone. So this fight is a huge fight. And our children are disproportionately being gobbled up by this more. So you can connect to our organization by giving, by becoming a sustainer, by giving a monthly allotment to our organization. You can connect to us by being a board member, by coming in and serving as a grants chairperson, serving as a fundraising chairperson, serving as a programs chairperson, serving as the treasurer. We need people to be organized, to be able to help our kids get the education that they need, the exposure that they need to take advantage of what's going on here in the Silicon Valley. So go to our website, TMT Youth Community Foundation, TMT Youth Community Foundation.com, and you'll see plenty ways to be able to sponsor a child into one of our programs.
Tamisha, it has been a pleasure speaking with you. I am so full from the information. And if anyone out there is not sure what they can do, they know now.
Call
me.
They
know now. They better know
I'm
now.
just going to go ahead and put it out there. 919-744-4388. We'll get you connected. We'll get you some tickets. We'll have you meet the people that we have. We need people to serve so that our children have access to the same things that everyone else children has. We just recently almost inherited a robotics competition team. So we, with the communication is one program piece. We are looking to provide STEM programs, science, technology, STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And we are now working with 5 young men from Southeast Raleigh so that they can compete and be able to build a robot to take into competition to compete with everyone else.
Wow. Now, who funds that?
Actually, it was a program that was First North Carolina wrote a grant to bring on 3 African-American teams. And there was just some melee around who was going to get what money, who was going to get paid, and I ended up with the robot because I was like, okay, bump all that. Some kind of way we'll work it out. Lord ain't failed me yet, but I'm not gonna see us not be able to have an opportunity to put African-American kids in a space where they're building a robot. I mean, I don't know. God is sending us some sustainers. So go to our website and give, because it costs $13,000, and this year is funded through the grant. Last year was funded through the grant, but next year we're gonna have to figure it out.
Well, we can give, right? Tell us again one last time, please.
It's Too Much TV. I'm sorry, that's the other nonprofit. I mean, the for-profit is TMT Youth Community Foundation.com. Go there, see ways that you can connect to all of our handles. It connects that connects to our handles, and we just want to see how many people we can add to our midnight workers. You know that song, Midnight Workers, late at night, we're going to turn around. It's going to work in your favor. We're midnight workers.
Yes, absolutely. Tell me, because we talk so much about your nonprofit, not that, it's not amazingly big that we should be talking about it, but we didn't even get a chance to talk about your for-profit.
So what I do with so in the nonprofit, we're training, and so really I've set the nonprofit not just for my organization. I set the nonprofit up such that anybody that has a business can help to train young people to come into their business. So it's like a pipeline. So Too Much TV is a distribution company. It is an advertising agency. And so I've been training for so long in schools, perfecting the curriculum. This year is the first year that we will actually do a full 3 30-minute documentaries around top of the world. And so we're looking to produce this film, to have this film distributed. And so that's what Too Much TV does. It does original films, original content, tell original stories, and works to distribute. Long-term, Too Much TV, we want it to be OTT television. And so OTT is a great space to be in right now. That's your Hulu, your Roku. And we're also an advertising agency. So once we train those kids up in project communications, then I'm able to hire them hire them to do work, to assist me in doing work, such that they can meet the needs of small businesses and nonprofits who've been priced out of media. An example of that is right now I'm working with looking to close the first contract that we have with Durham Community Land Trustees. They are a affordable housing developer in Durham. And so they've seen the cost of houses escalate. And so I'm proposing to them, hey, you have to get in front of social media because it's affordable. You can't take out the same advertising schedule on radio, print, or television, but through a digital space, I can get you a billboard for $150 that raises brand awareness. We can organize your board, your renters, your homeowners. You've got the city donating land to you. We can get all of that into a social content data management system and constantly connect with those people to grow the givers that you have. And so that's what we're doing in the for-profit. We make advertising affordable because we've trained kids. They're still almost in a process of training. I guarantee that they're going to provide good work, and so they can tell your stories. Now, we're not coming with the $80,000 cameras, but a camera is a camera and a story is a story. And the nonprofits are hearing it. The small businesses are hearing it. We've told the story for the Omegas. I went into the Omegas and said, every time I Google y'all around here stepping and stumping and let's tell the good work. We went in and we actually told the work of their African-American history bowl that they held at Shaw University, where they had all these school children coming in, maybe 15 schools connected, teachers, and these kids are learning African-American history that was local history, that James Shepherd was once a Black man and the school was named after him. So these are the types of stories that we tell, because when our kids look in that history book and they see Christopher Columbus and that noose around our neck, that is an image that prevents you from learning. Camille Cosby said that in her book called Television, Imageable Perception, and where she said that learning is tied to self-perception. So when we go into these systems of schools and they teach you that you were a slave, but you built UNC Chapel Hill. Well, the last time I heard somebody, when they built something, it wasn't a slave, it was called an architect. But because he was Black and you had a whip over him, now you're a slave. No, that's an architect. And so these are the types of things that we have to teach that was learned. We have to unlearn them. These kids have to unlearn that. So they're important enough. They can be a doctor. They're important enough. They can be an aeronautical engineer. They're important enough because science comes from your background. Let me take you back to Kemet. And that's what we do.
Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. I like to say, like, we're just so much more than what people have categorized us as only being able to do things that are just skilled labor, like barber and cosmetology. And not that they're not important. Of course they are. But let's not forget where you got your education from prior to coming here,
Right.
So that's phenomenal. Now, what is the website for that?
It's Too Much TV, www.toomutchtv, TOOMUCHTVINC.com. And we're on a journey. We're on a journey. Our goal is to be able to tell untold stories. Our goal is to be able to have a true reflection of who we are as a people. Our goal is to be able to authentically be our ancestral self and be proud in that space. And to be able to understand who we are and reconnect. It's kind of hard for us to reconnect to history that was destroyed, but to organically say through the blood, this is the purpose of me being here. This is the purpose. This is who I am. And to tell those authentic stories about our families, our loved ones, our careers, our how we love, how we live, how we give. And so those stories are very important when you are defining yourself and you're positioning yourself for how you're going to fit into this world.
Wow. I think Bruce George says it best when he talks about like what our genius is. And I find myself, that's my everyday conversation now. That is my everyday conversation when you think about the way he says that our children think of genius as something outside of us, outside of themselves. And when that the whole movement of that to saying, no, it's within you. Like how you talk about like our ancestral, it's in our DNA. It just has to be pulled out. And what you're doing is you're pulling it out on both sides. From I'm going to get you young, and then as you grow into business, because we don't just have to be groomed to have a job. As you grow, into entrepreneurs, we can still pull back from the for-profit side from you. It's a win-win. It really is a win-win situation. Like, I'm going to teach them how to take the baton and keep running with it.
Yeah.
And once you've run with it, I still have what you need here.
That's the goal. And to me, the biggest obstacle is not the biggest obstacle isn't anything that's outside of us. The biggest obstacle is our mental health. That's when you ask me that question, the mental health, and not just from an individual perspective. It's also in our institutions too. We're free. It was an episode on A Different World. Kadeem Hardison, he was a teacher somewhere, and he had this. He talked about conditioning, and he was talking about the flies in a jar, and they go up and they bump their heads on the jar for so long. He said, then I can take the top off, and guess what? They don't fly to the top no more. They've been conditioned to sit in that space, and that's the hardest part of what we do. Because the first time I looked in a book, I said, this is not true. Who wrote this? So I understood media literacy, and it was just innate in me. And it's been so hard to be able to say, hey, y'all, we've been conditioned. Sometimes they be wanting to stone me, like, who does she think she is? That she don't have to see things. I will wait. I mean, I am just, but it is where I came from. I came from the cradle of Confederacy. Sometimes they're like, oh, she liked to fight. No, I don't. I'm just being my authentic self. You can be that too.
And I would hope that you would, right? And the only reason why I have to talk to you like this is because you are not being your authentic self. You are lying.
Or you're trying to block me. Or you're trying to block me. I wouldn't even have a conversation with you if you weren't trying to block me.
Right.
I don't even see. You'll come in my way, pinch me, and then when I respond, like, ouch, then I'm the one who. That's what really trips me out. The mental, and I ain't talking about anyone. I'm talking about school teachers. I'm talking about principals. I'm talking about Black principals. I'm talking about Black school teachers. And then will stand in front of me talking about we are our own self-worst enemy. Yeah, you your own enemy.
Speak for yourself, right?
Right. So the mental health for me is profound. I'm in awe when I see the mental health. I just it blows my mind, and it's taking me longer to get here because of the mental health. And up until after COVID, every time we touch the kids, we can turn the light on like that. After COVID, it was like, what happened to the kids? After COVID, I'm seeing a huge change in these kids post-COVID, to the point where I can't reach them anymore. I said, okay, let's roll with the youth peer-to-peer. I need to come on out. It's time. I can't reach them anymore. We got to go peer-to-peer. That post-COVID, it changed drastically. I don't know what it was. It was post-COVID. It was just amazingly different.
And it was traumatizing for so many people.
Especially
not even just the disease aspect of it or the dying aspect of it, but the social aspect changed so many people. I'm grateful that it had no impact on me. In fact, it helped me reach more people and feel comfortable reaching more people globally, even, but it had a major impact. And another thing it did is it opened up the eyes of many, many parents to what was really going on. Now, when you had to become the teacher, that's when I hope you realize what was happening or not happening for your child at school.
Well, they lost those kids. Some of those kids lost. They just dropped off the spectrum. So you were already there. They dropped off the spectrum, and those kids just kind of dropped. dropped off because in the midst of me working as much as I'm on the front line. I'm on the front line of COVID. I got to go to work. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? I got to go to work. And those kids just dropped out of the system. Like they don't even know where those kids are anymore. So post-COVID, there's something that was a huge shit. I even had people bring kids to me because they even found out like people found a lot in COVID. Those kids went through a lot. I had someone bring me their child in COVID, and they were like, I just found out that my son is suffering from abuse, from the hands of family members because COVID shut down and the kids began to, any problem that you had, it was magnified. It was because there was no social outlet. And so we're still seeing post-COVID the effects of that and trying our best to handle that. And for you as a business owner, it allowed us to say, okay, we can take this digital, we can take this global, because we've had to put systems in place to be able to operate remote with our students. And so for us as business owners, yes, but for the kids, it was a huge detriment that we're still seeing the effects of today.
Now, have you considered partnering with someone who specializes in mental health to have another component to TMT?
Well, see, the thing about it is, so there's the Eurocentric way and I'm not sure of the Afrocentric way. A lot of times the mental health piece with the Eurocentric way and the hospitals and medication, let's medicate them, And so it's like, and then you have the ability to get the social services involved and those types of things. And so sometimes that mental health piece, the way we look at it from a Western perspective of how they treat is, well, let's medicate, you know what I'm saying? And so, I mean, medication, long-term effects of that, that's what Ritalin sometimes turning to crackheads, and it's because it's the same, the exposing to drugs, and then you pull back and, so it's, and then our kids are already doped up on the psychographic drugs higher than any other groups of people. ADHD, that's being handed out like candy. So when you look at the mental health, I've seen practices, indigenous practices with drum beating, that kind of stuff. Miss Mary Magdalene Ministry, she does something with circle training that we probably want to bring to not just the kids, but to even the people that serve within our organization. I find a lot of people that are on my board with that, as Black in America, you've gone through some type of trauma, whether you want to admit it or not, and it shows up. Sometimes it shows up and it represents you when it hasn't. So we're still working that piece out. And we work with Mary Magdalene Ministries. She has an excellent piece in Circle. She does smudging. She does those types of things where you're truly heard, contracts for behaviors, that kind of thing. And so that's the kind of piece that we want to incorporate more into our business model as we heal people and put them on their rights, in their right space. Wow. That's our goal, is to heal you, put you in your right space.
So for anyone out there who is into healing and has some proven practices, you also want to make sure you connect with Ms. Tamisha Thomas here, because our children need you. Yeah, our adults need you. The healing really starts at home. So yeah, I want to thank you again for being here with us today, for sharing your genius. And I just want to say thank you. Your genius is common. And I'll see you.
Thank you. You're like the fairy commentator godmother that just appeared. I did not know you were going to be here, so I greatly appreciate that. I thought I was going to be talking to myself.
Well, I'm so glad that we had this conversation, because I need to hear this. I need to hear this. I have a 10-year-old, but listen, we need to hear this. We need to see that people have come up with this idea and are executing.
Right.
Because that's what you've done. You've taken what happened to you growing up, had a mentor and had somebody to help you along the way, because we'll never be lonely at the top when we bring other people with us.
No.
Never.
No.
So again, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Coming, and I'll see you on the other side. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. And you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App It's on the screen below, and that is $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September 2022, and they are First Atlantic Insurance Group, Creative Force Studios, First Financial Securities, NC 100, Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, The Breathing Experience, Margie McLean Foundation, Work the Thing Supplements, Live Shackle Free, Nubian Media, Black House Media Group, 5-Star BDM LLC, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Technical Consulting, Carthon Consulting Group, Lotus Roche Ignites, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Career Communications, STEM City USA, Artistic App Design, and iDefine TV, Lee Entertainment, Genius is Common, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
Hello. Thank you for being here. I'm Shawnee Smith of Can Do Spice, and I create tasty spice blends with healing benefits. Our next speaker is Teresa Howell. Teresa is an award-winning author, playwright, film producer, and columnist. She is best known for writing Christian fiction books with a twist, but continues to wow the entertainment industry with her magazines, talk shows, film projects, and music distribution and theater productions. I present to you Teresa Howell.
Good morning.
Good morning, Teresa. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you for having me.
We are also looking forward to what you have to say. And I want to say genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. So I have been in the entertainment business now for about 6 years. And I started off writing Christian fiction novels based upon a dream and tragedy that happened in my life. And since then, I have elevated into other things such as theater. I'm doing some film projects in the Atlanta area. I'm helping colleagues with making other programs for film and directors. And I also have a magazine. I've had 2 podcasts, Amplified Exposure Live, with where I've interviewed several celebrities for over 8 seasons. And I've also had Heat Seekers, which is also another podcast that I've had that interviews indie artists. So I'm waiting for the other individual to come back on. There she is. I can't hear you.
Teresa, thank you for bringing me back up. Now, tell me a little bit more.
Well, right now, I have a magazine that is for indie artists. Well, it's indie everything. It starts from celebrities with old school music, talks about small businesses, it talks about restaurants, Black-owned restaurants, and some other things that we do in the magazine. That is now in 16 countries. And we have over 10,000 readers with that, and we're trying to push that as far as we can. That's called The Heat Seekers. That comes out every 2 months. I'm working on a film with a crew for called Blue Magic, which is the Frank Lucas's story. It actually starts from his childhood. I don't know if many remember him from American Gangster.
Okay. I am familiar with that story. Can I just take you back a little bit? You said for indie. For those who don't understand what that term means, can you tell us what exactly you mean when you say for indie?
Independent artists or independent anything, independent business owners. So we call it indie.
Okay. For those of us outside the industry, where I just want to make sure it's very clear. Right. Now, what role will you play in this film that you're working on?
I'm actually a writer.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, how did you start into that?
Well, actually, the person that is creating the film was Frank Lucas's bodyguard. And so he stayed with him until his death, and he was able to get rights. He does bodyguard. He's a security for a lot of artists. So because I'm connected to the music industry, we just happened to meet through another artist. He's been with like Boyz II Men and the group Troop and some other people. So yeah, we met that way. And so when he found out I was a writer, mm-hmm. he was like, I think you would be a good asset for our cast and helping us with this film. So that's how I got involved with that.
Okay. So for us that don't really understand how you can take the vision that you have in your head to getting in front of the people who will allow you to help bring your vision to light, what would you suggest?
Well, you definitely have to do a lot of promotion and make a lot of connections with media individuals. It's best to get like a PR person or someone that has that background to kind of help you get into the industry. For me, I'll be honest, this is all a dream. Like, I just wanted to write. I don't even know how I got here. It was like one thing after another. A lady prophesied to me back in 2016, and
Okay.
she said, you know, do you know any celebrities? And I said, no, ma'am. And she said, well, you will soon. So, and God just has been placing me in rooms where I've been able to connect and talk to people. So,
I would say that as you go into business and as you grow through your business, you understand what the power of your network is. Eric Kelly the third always says, you know, that your network is your net worth, you know.
mm-hmm.
There are times when we understand that we can go to places where, you know, these big names are, but sometimes we go hungry and looking for opportunity instead of looking on to see how we can serve. Because when we can serve, then we can contribute, you know, and it turns into something else. How are you giving back in that way, in that same manner, that now you are being talked about in rooms that you don't even know about? How do you do the same thing?
I give out a lot of free stuff. I can tell you that. um, like Sony Orchard, I'm a Sony Orchard distributor. So, like for the artists, I may give them like a free contract to upload their music to Sony. When in return, they might want to be on the cover of my magazine. I also give that free to celebrities. So a lot of free things are given, and we kind of have barters and exchange a lot of things, especially in the music industry. For the writing industry, I have a lot of editors that are just doing this for free. They just like writing, they believe in my vision, and they came aboard because they see where it's going. I haven't really been able to give back to them per se as far as a monetary, but they do get like free ads. When I go out and do media, their names are mentioned and things like that.
How do you find new talent?
Like I said, most of the time I'm connecting with people by accident, or well, you know, it's destined, I'm sure, through God. But I may be like, for instance, I was helping someone out with some media stuff for In the Mix TV. I had no idea that I was going to connect to some people that were actually being filmed there, which led to me being invited to the BET pre-award show. So,
tell me what that was like. Tell us what that was like.
Well, I mean, it hasn't happened yet. I just got the invite maybe last week. So the actual award show is at the end of the month.
Okay.
So when I do attend, I will let you know all about it.
Okay, I'll have to make sure I give you my email address. Now, I understand you have this publishing company, right? How many books have you published so far?
I've published my 5. I did have other writers in the beginning. It was 3 young ladies that I helped bring their books into fruition. I don't really focus on the publishing side anymore as far as actually publishing the book. Now I do trainings where I can teach you how to publish your own book.
Okay.
Because
Is
it's much.
Is there any limit to what type of genre you deal with? Could it be a workbook, a regular book, children's books, or?
No, I don't put any limits. If you want to publish a book, I show you how to do it. So it's like a 2-hour course. I just feel people need to be self-published and not like go through a publisher such as myself. It brings more freedom, and you don't have to share like funds with anyone. And I just feel that's the best way to go, because that's the way I went. And fortunate enough, my first book, I sold over 10,000 copies. So I focus more on showing you how to promote, how to upload your information, and how to get media involved where you can make sales.
How can we connect with you on that level?
You can go to my website, teresabhowell.com, or tbproductions.org.
All right. Now, can you tell me, for someone who has a book within them, right, but doesn't really understand, on a scale of 1 to 10, how difficult is it to take that leap and publish your own book with and without your course?
Well, like I said, I don't help with the mechanics of writing, because that just, like, the way I view writing versus the way you may view writing is two different things. So I can't really help you with the mechanics. And I'm not an outliner anyway. So to try to teach you how to write, I'm not able to do that. I'm called what they call a pantster. I write at the seat of my pants. So it's kind of like spiritual led.
Okay.
Yeah. So I just basically try to give you the ins and outs of how to publish, not necessarily how to write.
Okay. All right. So tell me a little bit more about TB Productions. What exactly can we expect to get from TB Productions in 2023?
You will definitely get some movies. You will get a lot of theater production. We've already done a very successful theater production all throughout North Carolina called That Church Life. The first show was like over 400 people, and then it escalated to over 600 and something by our last show. So it was very popular in the North Carolina area. We do want to bring it to other cities, but we're looking for sponsorship. Part 2, we estimate, will be out November 18th in North Carolina. We're still trying to secure that venue, but there will be a lot of theater production going on. You can expect my magazines to soar. I've gotten a major distributor for those, which I have 3. The Heat Seekers, The Educator, and Podcast Stars. Those are my 3 magazines.
Now, the Heat Seekers, that sounds interesting. Tell me a little bit more about that. Why did you create that? And what exactly does the Heat Seekers mean?
So the Heat Seekers is a term that's used in the music industry because it's like those that really are like trying to bring the greatest music. It was a term used back in Sony Entertainment back in the day. And one of my colleagues who actually was a Sony artist said that there was a newsletter that used to go out called The Heat Seekers throughout the company. And I was like, wow, that'd be a good magazine. So, so the light bulb went off and I just started that concept from there. So on the cover, it'll be old school artists, like every month, well, every other month now. We used to do it once a month. But you might have like Howard Hewitt on the cover, the lead singer of Troop, which is Russell Hart's.
I used to love them. Boy, I used to love them.
Yeah, they're touring too. Men at Large.
Oh yes, I'm So Alone. Yes.
Yeah, you remember the songs? Yeah. Yes, they have.
I'm dating myself on them.
The Mighty Clouds of Joy. I interviewed them. They were on the front cover. Chubb Rock.
Wow.
I'm trying to think of some others, like because this is our 2nd year, so we've interviewed a lot of old school, yet still trying to be new school because they're all bringing out new music. Joey Beans. I can't remember the name of his group. He's gonna kill me if he sees this.
It's hard to your head, not your heart, right?
Yeah. But he knows that I love him. He's out of a major group, which they all came from Gerald Levert's creations. So
excellent.
I'll think of it in a minute.
So you talked a little bit about that. I understand. Heat Seekers, it makes sense now. Like you're looking for who's hot, so that makes sense. And then I know you have the Amplified Exposure Live. What is that? And what is the inspiration behind it?
Yeah, so that was the podcast. So when COVID hit, I didn't know that, like I told you, the prophecy of what the lady said I was going to meet celebrities. I didn't know any celebrities at the time, but I said, I'm going to interview celebrities. Just woke up one morning and said, I'm just going to interview celebrities. So someone connected me to a guy out of Nevada who connected me to one of the NWA beginning members, And then I already knew a guy by the name of Reggie Corelli who does the She Shed commercial.
Okay.
Yeah, he was actually my classmate. So they were like my first two interviews. And then it was like the word just traveled and I started connecting to all these different people all the way up until I was able to interview Lunel, the comedian.
She's
Nicki
hilarious.
Minaj's mom, and three of the Jackson brothers, Tito, Marlon, and Jackie.
How can I see this podcast?
If you go to YouTube and look up Amplified Exposure Live or look up Teresa B, you'll see all 8 seasons of the podcast.
Wow, that is phenomenal. You have so much going on between publishing and podcasts and film. How do you balance it all?
I do not.
I doubt that.
I do not. And I still work full time. I love to teach. I've been teaching special education for the last 17 years, and I just can't seem to let it go, even though I'm doing all these other different things. I teach students online in North Carolina. So with all of that, I just basically juggle. Everything doesn't hit at once, thankfully. You know, you might have a season where it's magazine time, and you might have a season where it's music time. So I'm fortunate enough that all of it does not collide together, because if it did, I'd be in trouble because it's just one of me. But I've been fortunate to kind of spread it out and actually get help, especially for like the magazine. I have 8 other editors that help me with that.
That is a struggle when you go out to set out to become an entrepreneur, is how do you find time to work on the business when you're also working in the business? And I know part of that is being able to create a team. And like you said, sometimes they're not always something where you can actually pay them, but if you can come together, if you all have different skill sets, you can all work together, and maybe their business is something totally different, but they have a strong suit in something that you might be weak at. And that's the thing that we have to learn, to work together and network to help each other all come up at the same time, you know, and not where just one person comes up and maybe they'll bring someone else and maybe not. But we all learn to strategically grow and make our businesses work so that we can become the powerhouses that we are.
Yeah, I've learned I couldn't be the master of everything. Because it's just impossible. So I'm glad that I do have a team, and I want to give them a little shout out because they help me out a lot.
Please do. Now, what's the most important lesson you've learned since becoming an entrepreneur, in your opinion?
Basically to research as much as possible, and look at the people who have been successful in that particular area, and kind of like master it from looking at their map. Even though, like, I look at Stephen King, you know, how he creates movies and books and things of that nature. And, you know, he started off as an indie author. So I go back to the basics of how people became who they are. And that kind of helps me to mold and shape my way of doing things, I guess.
I mean, we hear it all the time, success leaves clues, right? Do you have a mentor currently?
I actually talked to a couple of people. So there's certain people in the business that I can call and ask for advice. I want to say it's like 3 or 4 different individuals. I don't know if I can put their names out there because one of them I know for sure. He's very private, but they're mostly in the music industry that help. I have went to Victoria Christopher Murray. She's a very popular writer, and she also has a series, The 7 Deadly Sins, out on Lifetime through TD Jakes.
Yes.
So she was my mentor for a while, in teaching me how to edit my own writing and how to perfect it a little bit better than what it was when I first started. So I took like 4 weeks of her class. So it's just, you know, people I gravitate towards here and there based upon the need. And we kind of stick together and kind of, you know, pick each other up when needed.
That's interesting that you say that. So You said research was one of the things that was one of your important lessons. Now, there are people who would say, well, take a research and use that as a crutch to procrastinate. Did you do your research prior to, or are you talking research all throughout? You know, sometimes you just like, I have to have the plan. Some people just have to have the plan. They just won't take the leap until they have that. Do you have any words of wisdom for someone who is just sitting, waiting, thinking they have to have it all together before they do it?
You're never going to have it all together. You definitely have to take that leap. When I say research, I mean you just kind of like skim through and figure out, you know, how you're going to put your plan together, and then you go for it. You can't continuously research and look at the way other people do things, because eventually you're going to have to come up with your own method to your madness. And my method is very different from most. It is just a guideline to help you kind of mold and shape yourself and how you're going to do it. But it's definitely a leap, because if it's meant to be, it's just going to be.
Right.
Just do it.
Did you find any challenges making the pivot when we got hit with the pandemic?
Well, actually, that's how most of this stuff came into fruition, because I had all this time on my hands.
Okay.
And all these celebrities were sitting at home. And so they were easy to contact. Like, I kind of put a pause on my show in January, because once the world opened up, it was kind of hard to get people to sit down and actually talk to them. So actually, unfortunately, I've lost a lot of people during the pandemic, like 12 individuals. But in the same token, it like opened up a whole nother world for me when it came to interviewing people.
Wow. So what strategies do you use to ensure that you thrive when things like that happen, when the pandemic hits, when the industry shifts? What strategies do you use?
I definitely have to take vacations.
Okay. Okay, no, I have to ask. You have to elaborate on that. Now, international, national, what mental ones? What kind of vacation?
Well, I am a beach person, so I like just sitting in front of a beach and just, you know, as they say, thugging it out. I like to sit there and I take my notes and I try to brainstorm. I turn off my phone for the weekend. There's no Facebook. There's no anything. And I just sit back and just relax and really let my mind flow with ideas. That seems to work for me. I get really distracted when I'm at home. I do have children. So even when they're not there, my phone is ringing off the hook. So I try to go to a secluded location where I can really get things done.
And that's important for us. It's key, really. It's particularly for entrepreneurs or people who aspire to become entrepreneurs, is to find a quiet place. Sometimes it's just sitting in the driveway for me. I'm home, but I'm just not ready yet. And sometimes it's in the late night hour. So sometimes I'll have a notebook next to the bed, like as things come up. And you just write it down, because once you write it down, it's no longer part of your imagination. Now it's vision. And you have done great things in really such a small, short period of time. You said 2016 is when this word was brought to you, right? That you will be amongst celebrities. And it's 2022. And look at all that you've accomplished.
Well, thank you. I just give it all to God. Like if that's all I can do, because I mean, that's all I know. I can't explain it. I don't know how it happened. I don't know why I was chosen to do these things, but for whatever reason, I stand out. My goal is to help other people and lift them up with me. It's not a situation where I'm just doing this on my own. Like I told one of my co-workers, I said, I feel like MC Hammer, because you know how he has everybody on the stage.
Right.
I'm bringing everybody on the stage. So when I elevate, I want everybody that's connected to me to elevate as well.
That's so important. And it's that thought process, is that mindset is what's going to fuel you to keep going, because you're not trying to take the stage alone, because you want to share your greatness Really.
Yeah, 'cause this is
really
bigger
what
than me. This is bigger than me. This is whatever calling that I have. It's bigger than anything I could ever imagine. So I have to. I don't have a choice but to take it to the next level and bring people along with me.
Well, I thank you for your expertise, that's for sure. And I know everyone listening does the same. Tell us again how we can stay connected with you.
You can either email me at info@teresabhowell.com, or you can go to my websites, teresabhowell.com or tbproductions.org.
Do you want to leave us with one final nugget?
Overcomers never quit, and quitters never overcome.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you again, Teresa. You are phenomenal, and we appreciate your expertise. We appreciate you sharing your genius with us, and genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You do the same. Well, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, which is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We'd like to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September 2022. First Atlantic Insurance Group, Creative Force Studios, First Financial Securities, NC100, Carolinas, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, The Breathing Experience, Margie McLean Foundation, Work the Thing Supplements, Live Shackle Free, Nubian Media, Black House Media Group, 5-Star BDM LLC, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Technical Consulting, Carthon Consulting Group, Lotus Rocher Ignites, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Career Communications, STEM City USA, Artistic App Design, I Define TV, Lee Entertainment, Genius is Common, and the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio, man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy, especially these guys. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Hey there, welcome to Get Lit Worldwide. We are your global reach influencer marketing agency, here to help you bring your exposure back, especially during this pandemic. Get Lit Worldwide is brought to you by the Emmy Award-winning executive TV and film producer, Tommy Morgan Jr., and producing partner, Val Ortiz. So that pretty much makes us an award-winning marketing agency. With us, we only do marketing that works, using the most viral, captivating, and ROI-focused social media influencer campaign strategies for brands. So let me go ahead and tell you the truth. Businesses can no longer afford to ignore the popularity and importance of social media platforms promoting their products and services. We connect companies to our highly sought-after, exclusive influencer database across all major channels, guaranteeing authentic, memorable campaigns that yield immediate results, powered by insights, data, and creativity. Don't stay behind that 8 ball. Learn the advantages of partnering with social media influencers to showcase your brand. This is the future of authentic and people-centered marketing. Let us show you how our services will get you lit worldwide.
collection BU. La collection BU.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Better. Beautiful day. I had an old basketball coach say to me one time, it's a good day to be alive considering the alternative.
Tempo, can you keep up with my tempo? Yeah, blowing up, C4. I just hit the Mike Jackson.
You know, I'm one take older. It is about the rain too, but we're in the A. We're gonna beat the rain and bring the pain.
Wherever that wind blows, the endo. Don't slip on the trail. Don't slip on the trail.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Are you aware that showing off your expertise can gain customers? Are you aware that showing off your expertise can gain customers and position you as an expert in your industry? Consumers need confidence to purchase, so let us showcase your knowledge by interviewing you for a 3 to 5 minute video. We'll position you as an industry expert with a customized interview-style video, and for a limited time, we'll cover all production costs. Click this ad or call now for all the information. You'll want to experience the same 5-star service our customers love. So take advantage of this one-time offer. Click this ad or contact us now.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I've received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090.
Good day. I am Shawnee Smith of Can Do Spice. Our next speaker is Norma Hollis. She's going to talk to us about how to leverage your authenticity to increase your success. Norma Hollis is a change agent who impacts the world in multiple ways. She writes programs for human development around the theme of authenticity and turns them into training processes to deepen self-awareness and expand consciousness for individuals and organizations. Norma and her programs are catalysts for people who are open to gaining new perspectives about self, life, and living. She was the first Black woman to own a speaker bureau for Black speakers, and she continues to help people find, live, and share their authentic voice. I present to you Norma Hollis.
Well, thank you so much, Annie. I appreciate being with you today. I'm excited about being here and I'm so excited about a Black Expo. You know, I started my business at the Black Business Expo in Los Angeles, a live event at the conference center back in 1996, a lot of years ago. And it's been very successful since that time. And it's been just a joy to be here. So.
Well, we thank you so much for coming, and we know you're going to bring us so much. So thank you for coming to speak with us today. The genius is coming. And I'll see you on the other side.
That'll work for me. Thank you so much. As I mentioned, I started my business in 1996, but that's not when I started my quest for authenticity. My quest for authenticity started when I was 28 years old, actually. Some of you probably in the audience are around that age now, or maybe just recently past that. And that's the time when I realized I had done everything my parents had said to do. I had the husband who had a good job, nice looking man. We had money in the bank. We had cars. We both had great jobs and a house. All those things that they say is going to make my life wonderful. And I was miserable. And I was miserable because I became my parents' version of who they thought I should be, what a Black woman should be in America. They didn't have a lot of vision. Later, I was reminded that they couldn't even vote until they were in their 40s. So it's a whole different vision. I'm so proud of the young people that I meet today. Dr. Kelly, who started this, and the people that I've seen who have been speakers, and the ads that I've seen, because we've grown so much. Black business is a vital part of who we are and what we need to do in the world. And a lot of entrepreneurs are entrepreneurs because that's the way to live your passion. You know, we're born with a purpose, with a passion, with a way to with gifts and talents that we're to bring into the world. And the world tries to strip them from us so early in life. And some of us do allow us to be stripped. But I want to bring you back to the gifts and talents that you were born with and remind you of your authenticity so that you can leverage who you are in the world. It's so important to be yourself and to leverage that. So at 28, when I realized that I was miserable and I didn't know what to do with myself because I didn't know who I was. And that's when I started the quest to understand, well, who the heck am I anyway? What does it mean to be human in America? What does it mean to be a Black human in America? And my quest actually took 30 years of research. As I was trying to understand myself, I studied human nature from personal, professional, and spiritual perspectives. I saw those as the essence of who we are. We are a person individually. We have to have a profession, a career, some way to earn income. And there's that huge spiritual component that makes us who we are. It makes us one of God's children and help us to realize our purpose and how we're going to survive and do things in the world. And as I took 30 years to learn this, it took me 12 more years to understand what I had created. Because I didn't seek out to say, I'm going to learn about authenticity. It was, I'm going to learn myself. I want to learn who I am. And all of this was kind of downloaded on me, downloaded through me. So it came through me. It wasn't just my creating it. It was me studying and using my gifts and talents to understand how to help others in the world. And that's when I came up with my authenticity grid that you see behind me. And that's what I'm going to teach from today. And I'm going to talk about how you can leverage your authenticity. So as I go through each of the 9 dimensions of authenticity and tell you a little bit about what they mean and what they mean for you, I want you to think about your life and how authentic you are living your life and how you can leverage some of your past and your present for your future. You know, I'm a lot older than a lot of the speakers that I saw. I started a long time ago. And one thing I've learned for sure is that whatever you do in the early parts of your life will probably have some impact for you in the later years of your life. So you learn to leverage. Shani mentioned that I was the first Black woman to own a speakers bureau for Black speakers. And that was a time when internet was just getting started. there really were no effective Black speaker bureaus. And since then, there are a number of bureaus. There are a lot of large bureaus that opened Black departments, and a lot of young people who have started Black bureaus, boutique bureaus, and there are many of them now throughout the United States and on. So what are you doing now, and how are you maintaining it and going to grow from it to leverage it in the future? I had no idea that my owning a bureau and being the first Black woman would give me the notoriety that it has. I'm known in a lot of circles, it's much to my surprise, not to probably you young people because I was around a long time ago, but I'm able to leverage that now, and I continue to teach people speaking, because I was a speaker trainer back then, and I still do that now. I'm leveraging all of that. My first career was early childhood. I directed preschool programs, Head Start programs. I leveraged that knowledge. So and I have a poem that I wrote at 28 that I use now to open many of my programs, and a whole poetry book I wrote. All the things you're doing now, hold on to them, because you can leverage them as you go through your career. So now let me tell you about the authenticity grid and the kinds of things you want to look at in yourself and the kinds of things you may want to see what you can leverage. Well, the first thing that I learned is that I have 3 voices within me. When I finished my program, I traveled around the United States to people I had met in my bureau, and I tested this whole system. I met with speakers in 20 different cities, and I found that what I discovered about myself related to other people. It really, when you understand your authenticity, it helps you become a better speaker. You can speak in the moment. You can make decisions faster. As a human being, it helps you make decisions faster because you understand your values. I'll mention that shortly. And it just helps you have more clarity of who you are and what you're here on the planet to do. There's a lot of research about self-awareness. What I teach is self-awareness through authenticity. As a student, as a business leader, as an individual, you do so much more effectively, so much more success when you know who you are. So this is a quick study in who you are and how you can leverage that self-awareness, knowledge of your authenticity for your future now and in the future. So again, I learned I had 3 voices: my inner voice that no one hears but me, my outer voice, which you can see there, the outer voice, which is how other people perceive me. When you walk into a room, people make an immediate impression about who you are and what you're about. That's your outer voice, the perception that people have of you. And the third is your expressive voice, which is who you have become in the world and how you live your life on a day-to-day basis. And if you look at the side over here, you see 3 words: think, communicate, and the bottom word is do. And what I learned when I directed preschool programs is that to get things done effectively is a 3-step process if you want to do it effectively. First, you think about it, evaluate, strategize, plan, assess, research. Then you communicate to yourself, to others, and to the universe. And then you do and go into action. So I'm going to talk about those as I go through and explain to you briefly about each of the dimensions. Now, what I'm sharing with you in about 30 minutes is what I usually share in the course of a half a day, a full day, or a full training program. I am now certifying people to teach this. We're taking it into corporate America to help corporate America with the great problem of great resignation and quiet quitting, and to create more engagement. I am looking for individuals who are interested in being trainers, and I'll give you at the end a way that you can reach out to me and let me know if you may have some interest. So, first of all, the inner voice. Now, each of these voices has 3 what I call dimensions. The inner, outer, and expressive are referred to as domains within us. The think, communicate, do are referred to as dynamics of energy. Actually, this whole authenticity grid is an energy grid. It's about how energy flows through us and how we use it and how it's integrated. You know, so much of life is about integrating the different parts of yourself. Your body integrates how you, your senses, how you think, how you smell things, how you touch things, how you see things. It's all integrated. And so now I'm going to talk about knowing yourself by integrating these 9 energies within yourself. And the first is intuition, which is the 6th sense. Now, on that horizontal of the think, all of those items on the think, intuition, net wellness, and legacy, are things that are given to you at birth. You're given a 6th sense. a sixth sense beyond the five senses, which relates to your intuition and how you receive information in an intuitive way. And if you think you're not intuitive, I'm going to convince you that you are, because you ask yourself 3 questions every single day and you give yourself an answer. You ask yourself, what time is it? You ask yourself, what am I going to wear? And you also ask yourself, what am I going to eat? And you generally ask these things more than once a day. And I haven't heard any stories about people coming outside naked. So you do answer the question of what are you going to wear every day, right? And you're eating every day, unless you're fasting, right? And you came here on time, right? So you answer those questions. So examine how you get those answers. Do they come as a thought, as a memory, as a feeling, something in your gut? How does it come to you? That's a way to see how your inner voice speaks to you, and then to begin to expand on that. I remember when I lost 30 pounds several years ago, and I went and bought this beautiful orange St. John suit, size 8. And I was so excited about that suit. Orange is my branding color, so I wear orange a lot. And I wore that suit. It's probably 20, maybe 30 years old now, and I still have it. I will not give the jacket away. I wear it with jeans a lot because of how it makes me feel. And I know that if I get that feeling somewhere outside of me on a different time, I'm listening, because that's my inner voice speaking to me. How does your voice speak to you, and how do you listen? What you want to do with that voice is learn to trust it. Learn to trust your voice, because when you build a partnership with that unseen supporter that's in your GPS system, you are becoming more authentic. That system, that GPS system of your intuition, knows so much more about you and your life than you can imagine. But when you trust it and partner with it, it guides you through life and makes your life far more enjoyable. The next dimension on the communicate is your integrity, because you communicate to the world who you are by your values. Do you know what your values are? And how steadfastly do you hold on to your values? That's one thing I ask people everywhere I go. Can you think of one value that we as a society all agree with? No one can give me one, because I don't know that there is one. We become so dysfunctional as a society, no matter where you are, that it's hard to find one thing to agree on. I think that's why Ukraine is having so much success, because they found one value. You're not going to mess with our land. And they have all worked in that. So what I suggest to you, particularly in your business and in your home, to identify what your value is. That's what I do with corporations now, as we're going into the corporate market, to help organizations find the value that they run by, not just the mission and the vision, but what is the value and how do those values show up? When you know your values, you make decisions a lot faster. And as humans, we make 35,000 decisions every single day. You made a decision to be here. You made a decision to be on this seminar. You're going to make decisions as I speak with you. You're going to make decisions when you finish the seminar. It's going to continue. But you make decisions faster. You come to the final conclusion faster when you know your values. When you don't know your values, it's confusing. If you're not clear on your values, examine who your best friends are, who you spend most time around. Whatever their values are probably what your values are too, because we cling with people who share values. The people who you have who are not friends any longer, maybe ex-spouses or ex-friends or family members, probably because there was a conflict in values. Now let's go to the bottom part of the inner voice, which is inspiration. How do you inspire yourself? I like to contrast inspiration to motivation. When I had my speakers bureau, everybody wanted to be the next best motivational speaker. And I would encourage them to think about being an inspirational speaker or a transformational speaker. Motivation is from the outside in to try to move you, but you're not moved unless you come from the inside out. That's inspiration. You want to touch audiences so much that they are touched on the inside to take action, to take movement, to move themselves forward. Or transformation, so that when they finish your webinar or your session or your speaking engagement, they are transformed. They know exactly what to do and how to change their life. So that's on the do side, because nothing happens in your life unless you do something. And you don't do something a lot unless you are inspired. What inspired you to come to this class today? What inspired you to be a part of the Black Business Network this entire week? What's going to inspire you to move forward after these are over so that you can do the best you can with your life? You can leverage what you have to move your life forward. Now, authenticity begins in the inner voice, begins in your ability to connect with the inside of yourself. The inside of yourself is the unique part of who you are. As humans, we're 99.9% alike. There's only 0.1% that we're different. And a lot of that difference comes in how we connect with our inner voice. Your authenticity is strengthened when your inner voice and your outer voice give the same message. Let's talk about outer voice for a minute. I'm not going to move because I'm told I need to stay still, which I will follow instructions, but I'm going to just scoot a bit so you can see that the outer voice is first your net wellness, which has to do with holistic balance in how you look at your health perspective. We in America particularly use very much Western medicine, which means we go to chemicals, pharmaceuticals. I know a lot about that because when I was 8 years old, I got a hole in my eardrum that gave me ear infections for 55 straight years. Can you believe it? 55 years, more than one infection, many years. For 40 of those years, I took oral antibiotics. Now, if you know anything about chemicals and antibiotics, you know that you don't take antibiotics in today's world longer than generally 3 days. In my world, when I was younger, it was for 10 days. And because my dad was in the medical field, I was told to follow the instructions, take them 10 days. And I took so many antibiotics that I ended up with a whole issue with my whole ecology of my body that still haunts me now. And I have to be very careful of what I eat. I could not get healed from the Candida albicans that was created because of so many antibiotics. I could not be healed by Western medicine. They tested me and told me I was in perfect shape, but I couldn't get out of bed. I was so sick. And I had to go to homeopathic medicine, which is Eastern medicine, and then Chinese medicine and acupuncture and a whole bunch of other things that are not really respected by Western medicine. So when I talk about net wellness means holistic balance, it's about combining the Western chemical, pharmaceutical with the Eastern energetic perspective. It also means looking at the totality. Each of the items of the dimensions in outer voice have the word net to begin with because it's a sum total. And when you talk about your wellness, it's not just physical wellness, it's your dental wellness. You know, if you floss your teeth, you add 17 years to your life. It's also your spiritual balance, your mental health, your exercise, your water. You know, if you drink alkaline or healthy water, it's a big difference from tap water and other water that is not treated or not cleaned out. And alkaline versus acidic, understanding the net of what makes you healthy is so important. It's what keeps me young and energetic in spite of my growing years, because, you know, I got a few since I started my business in almost 30 years ago. But that's the secret. And the nutrition, I'm here to tell you, is my number one secret for my success, both energy and longevity wise, because that's what you want. You want energy and you want longevity. And looking at your net wellness and balancing that and leveraging that is really important. The next one under communicate is network, and that deals with relationships. And I refer to that as your quality and quantity relationships. Quality are people who know you, they know the pro and con about you. They probably even know how you smell and they still love you. And they're going to be authentic and honest with you whenever you have a question that you take with them. Quantity relates to the number of people that you know. For example, Dr. Kelly, I've seen his name. We've only talked for the first time today. And so we have a quantity relationship. But I imagine if we continue to communicate, it may turn into a quality relationship. Quantity is where most relationships start. Quality is where some of them end up. Sometimes your family member is your quality, and sometimes it's not. That's perfectly okay. But you need to have quality in your life, people who know, trust, and love you and will be honest with you and not just be a yes person to tell you what they think you want to hear. And you want to maintain those relationships and leverage them for your growth and your development in your business and your personal and your spiritual life. The one on the bottom, which I'm not going to be able to show you, is net wealth. And net wealth is not, when I ask the question, everyone relates net wealth, no matter what country I'm in, they relate net wealth to money. And I want you to look from an authenticity perspective that net wealth means joy and abundance. What brings you joy and abundance in life? What is it that you do or can do that's going to give you more joy? We all seek joy. When you have a net wealth as money perspective, that means you have a hedonic perspective of happiness. And a hedonic perspective of happiness means that you get happy when you have more money. But the thing about that perspective is that it's short-lived. It doesn't last a long time. You need more money, and you need more money, and you need more money. And you need to spend, you maybe get the high of spending or whatever it is. But there's another approach, which is called an eudaimonic perspective of happiness. And an eudaimonic perspective of happiness is when your happiness is grounded in your purpose and your meaning. It's a more meaningful life. You know, right now we're going through in business the great resignation. 4.5 million people are leaving their jobs every single month, which is higher than it was during the pandemic. In the pandemic, it was only 3.87 million a month. So hordes of people are leaving. And then we have the quiet quitting, people who stay on the job, but they're not engaged. They're just going through the motions to get the paycheck. And then we have the research that says that when it comes to engagement at work, that less than 30% of the working population is engaged. And they also have, the new statistic I heard is that for every one person looking for a job, there's 2 jobs that are open, which is why that there's a big problem right now in the business environment. So the problem has to do with people are bringing people on for hedonic reasons and not eudaimonic. People are not finding jobs based on what's going to give them, what's going to fit their purpose and be more meaningful. We've been taught, remember when your parents said, don't do your creative stuff, it won't make you any money. Do this instead, you have to make money. That's the hedonic perspective, where people who take the approach of the purpose and they pick jobs on meaningfulness do so much better. And that's the joy you have by being in business. It may be difficult from the financial perspective. You don't have that guaranteed income that may have come from corporate America, but you do have the eudaimonic perspective of enjoying and being purposeful. I didn't realize that most entrepreneurs are entrepreneurs because it's the only way to live their passion. It's hard to do your passion when you're doing a 9-to-5, but you can do it when you're an entrepreneur. So look at net wealth as your quest towards joy and happiness. Money brings you happiness for a minute, but you have to have something deeper than that to keep you happy for a long term. Keep that in mind and leverage whatever that is that's going to keep you happy for the longer period of time. That's also going to enhance your longevity. So as I mentioned, authenticity begins in the inner voice, but when the inner and outer voice are aligned and going in the same direction with the same energy, you are more authentic. I've seen people, and you probably have too, whose inner and outer voices are not aligned. Like the person that comes to you and says, I'm so happy today. And you can tell they're not happy. They're not showing it. They're not expressing it. It's not aligned. The inner voice, what they're feeling, and the outer voice, what they're showing, is not aligned. But you'll meet people right away, and you'll know that they're pretty authentic. You can tell the difference of when they are and when they're not, to some degree. But you're truly authentic is even more enhanced when your expressive voice is aligned with your inner and outer voice. Now, the expressive voice is how you express yourself in the world, who you have become, how you live your life day to day. And it begins on the think side with legacy. Now, here again, in the world, legacy normally means to people what you leave to your heirs. I want to switch that definition because from an authenticity perspective, legacy is what was given to you at the time of your birth. What gifts and talents did God give you? What are they? And how are you living them? Are you using them? When I was young, they would say that you don't use your gifts and talents to earn income. Now we say use your gifts and talents to earn income. It's important. That's why they were given to you. It's a clue for your meaning and your purpose. Now, I'm going to give you the foundation that I use for my legacy piece, because each one of these dimensions has a whole training piece assigned to it that's a part of my online school. So if any area that you feel you need to fortify, there's a whole school available that you can use and go to tighten you up. And what I talk about with gifts and talents is based on the work of Dr. Howard Gardner, who developed the multiple gifts of intelligence theory that I refer to as wisdom gifts. It's the source of your wisdom. So I'm going to go through these quickly. There's 9 of them. And as I tell you them, think about which ones are your strength. And what I suggest to you is that you should be using your top 3 strengths in your life on a day-to-day basis. The happiest people that I know use their top 3 strengths in their work environment. And if it's not in your work environment, then it should be in your play environment. And that's why there's such this great resignation, because people are not using their gifts in their work. So I'm going to give them to you real quickly. There are 9 of them. The first one is verbal linguistic. People whose gift is words. They like to speak. They like to talk. They like to write. They like to read. They may be editors. They use words, orally, written, whatever. And then there's visual spatial. Visual spatial are people who love color. They are your fine artists. They are spatially strong, like they are interior designers. They can see how space relates or grasp people. They also love jigsaw puzzles. Then you have your bodily kinesthetic, people who like to move. They like to touch things. They like to be in movement. They're your athletes, your dancers, people that learn by moving. Then there's naturalistic, people who learn by being outdoors. They have a problem, they go outside to solve it. These are your landscapers, your gardeners. There are people who also like patterns, because if you think about nature, you throw a stone into the water and there's ripples, there's a pattern there. You cut a tree, you see a pattern of the years of the circles in the tree. You see patterns in leaves. That's naturalistic. You also see patterns in the next one, which is musical. And musical, the patterns of the octaves of 8 that go in rounds of 8. So people that like sound, they like to sing, they like to, some of the dancers too, because they like music for that, who have bodily kinesthetic with music. They like to write music, they play music, they sing, they're always tapping their feet, making sounds, and they love to have the radio on all the time. Logical mathematical. Logical mathematical is not people that just like numbers, but also that are logical and can see the big picture. They are good problem solvers because they can see multiple angles on an issue. There's interpersonal, people that like to be around others, are very gregarious. A lot of salespeople are interpersonal, very happy people generally, and they don't like to be alone, in contrast to the next one, which is intrapersonal, people who enjoy being alone and learn by going within. And the last one is existential. And existential was not well respected when Dr. Gardner first created this, but right now, the world is birthing a lot of children. You may have heard the terms crystal children or indigo children. A number of children coming into the planet now who are very existential. And existential means you understand energy. It means maybe you can talk to animals. It means maybe you can feel other people. You're empathetic, empathic. So these are the gifts and talents that we suggest you look at to see where you are. Now, other gifts and talents in other categories are your spiritual gifts. A lot of research on that on internet, but also your physical gifts. Have you ever thought about your body? Have you ever thought about being Black as being a gift? So your body that you're in, the size, the shape, the color, the size of your nose, your ears, all of that is a gift. Look at Shaquille O'Neal. How could he be a ballerina? He didn't have the body for it. Simone Biles, how could she be a basketball player? Didn't have the body for it. So they align their bodies with their gifts. Are you doing the same thing? Now, the next one is likability. Likability is how you communicate to the world. your personality. Now, I've had a lot of conversation with my students about likability reflecting personality, because one said, well, I'm an introvert, so I don't have personality in the same way. So we use the word empathy, we use the word compassion, we use the word building rapport, we use the word connectivity. And the best definition, or the most humorous, definition I got for likability is it's what people say about you when you leave the room. So how likable are you? How well do you build rapport? How do you get along with other people? This whole communicate horizontal that you're looking at, the dynamic, is really important for networking and growing your business. You want people in your business and your clients whose values you share. You want people who can become who have the same values as you and who have the same association perspectives as you do. They're your quantity people that could be quality, and they're people you can build rapport with. You want to look at that in your business all the time, and you want to leverage that in order to continue and grow your business. And the last dimension is lifestyle. And that refers to your habits, what you do on a day-to-day basis. Now, one of the things I recommend as far as the grid is that you tweak one thing. My role is to help people transform their life. Well, transformation or change is not a one fell swoop. Wake up tomorrow and I'm transformed, I'm authentic. But it's a slow progression that takes intention, and slowly but surely you unfold and blossom to become more authentic. And the process is to find one thing to tweak and try it for 30 to 90 days. If it works, continue it or modify it, and then find something else to tweak. For example, in my life, because of my history with antibiotics and health issues, I've had 13 surgeries along the way because of all of that. I tweak my diet every year. Every January, I make a small change in what I eat and how I eat. Right now, my change is I'm moving this year, 2022, to a more vegan diet, and I'm finding it's wonderful. I'm loving it. My energy is skyrocketing. It's not an overnight thing, but it's a process. I have made to get to this, I made 1 year, I changed to more alkaline. 1 year, years before, I changed to vegetarian. I'm always switching to find out what works and what doesn't. And you can do the same. I also do small tweaks. I remember once I was driving home. I've been working from home for a lot of years, and I try to do most of my traveling when I'm going on meetings in the mid part of the day so I don't run into traffic. But one day I ran into traffic, kind of trying to come home, and I live in LA, so it's a street that was very busy, and I looked up and I realized that it was taking 5 lights to go 1 block. And I just don't have the patience for that. I didn't plan for the patience for that. So I realized that rather than stay in this autopilot lane that people were in, I could tweak one thing. I could make a series of right and left turns, and I would get home a lot faster. I'd be moving more. It'd be more scenic. It'd be adventuresome even. And that's what I did. And I did not change my mood. It kept me in a happy mood, and it made me far more enjoyable once I did get home. So what can you tweak? What one thing can you tweak in any of these 9 dimensions? Where do you see is your vulnerability? I don't like the word weakness. I like the word vulnerability. Where are you vulnerable? Are you vulnerable in your intuition? Maybe you need to remember more about how you answer those 3 questions. What do you wear? What time is it? What am I going to eat? Are you vulnerable in your net wellness? When I do this, I have an assessment that goes with this. And when I give it to people, I find a lot of people have the outer voice, either net wellness or net wealth, that they find they're vulnerable. And where's your vulnerability? And what one thing can you implement today to start making a change? What one thing? Now, where's your strength? And how can you leverage that strength to move your business forward, to move you forward? What can you do? How can you move forward? How can you make a change, a modification that's going to catapult you to the career you want, to the business that you want, to the success that you want? Now, I want to share one other thing with you, because I know that we all want to have the greatest success as quickly as possible. And when we're very young, in our 20s and all, we think that by the time we're 30, we're going to be rocking and rolling. I have a young 21-year-old nephew who I talked to a year ago, and he says he was getting into the music industry, and I'm going to be a millionaire by the summer. Let me know how it works for you, because there's so many elements to it, and it's hard to get all the elements together. It takes a while. It takes a while to even understand what your business is. I started my first career was early childhood. Then I moved to a speaker bureau. I did that with no training about business. And then that morphed into, I have a coaching organization now, coaching, training, consulting organization, where I certify trainers and speakers and coaches and facilitators and take people and help them to develop corporate programs and to use my system in their coaching or their speaking processes. But it took time to develop that. That's what I mean by leverage. So let me give you this piece of knowledge that I think will release some of your anxiety you may have about being successful in business. And this is research from the New England Journal of Medicine. And it talks about what is the most productive decade of human life. And think for yourself for a moment, what do you think is the most productive decade of human life? And I'm going to tell you the most productive decade is 60 to 70. The second most productive decade is 70 to 80. The third is 50 to 60. And the fourth is 80 to 90. So you see, you got to get old to get to the biggest part of your life. Everything before 50 is really just practice. You're practicing what it means to be an adult. Because just like you have that time where you grow up from a child to a teenager to an adult, and you think by 18, 21, you've made it. But then you've got the 20s where you're going to figure out, well, who am I as an adult? 20s and 30s is kind of when you do that, because in your 20s, you're just getting into the world. You've got the whole thing of figuring out, so what are my values versus my parents' values? What do I really believe in? How am I going to modify? You meet new people, you get into environments, and you find all these ways of looking at life, where you came from one environment that probably had one major way of looking at life. And now you have so many choices, and you have so little money and need so much. So just roll with that. Don't try to convince yourself you're supposed to be perfectly successful in 10 years. It takes 20, 30, 40. And when I had my bureau, I met so many people that said to me, you know, Norma, I've been in corporate America for 10 or 20 or 30 years, and I lost myself. I had to be who they wanted me to be. That's why I'm working with organizations to try to help them build cultures that are more eudaimonic, to help people be have a meaningful purpose in their business, and they're working with their organization. So avoid the great resignation, avoid the quiet quitting, and step into leveraging who you are as an individual, your authentic self, your self-awareness, your gifts and talents, what you bring to the world, your purpose, the meaning, and find your meaning early as much as you can, because you can leverage that more the more time you have. God has something powerful for you to do. I know it. If you're in business and you're going through the making the commitment and going through the challenges of being in business, you got something to do. You have something for the world. Don't back down, no matter how tough it gets, because if you're doing what you're supposed to do, and you know that you know that you know that it's for you, it's going to work out. Because all your unseen supporters, all your ancestors, all the energy you can surround around you, existential or otherwise, is going to be there supporting you, including the Black Business Network. So make sure you stay connected and make sure you leverage yourself. So Shani, I'm going to start here. Let me tell you, first of all, I want to offer you a free gift. And if you go to gifts, that's plural, gifts from Norma, giftsfromnorma.com. There are several things there for you to select from. That will put you on my email list, and I will stay in touch. I have networking events starting up in October of 2022 that will be continuing, and a number of other things. I've been doing this a long time, and I'm a content person. You see, I got a lot of information to share, and I have even more. So I invite you to be a part of my network, and let's connect. I'd love to have a conversation with you, know more about you, and help you connect with your authenticity and leverage it for your greatest success. So Shani, if you're there, I will turn it back over to you and see if you have any questions for me.
Thank you so much. You just gave us a lifetime of information that I hope everyone walks away understanding a little bit more about how to be their authentic self. Thank you so much. Tell us again one more time that website. It said Gifts from Norma.
Gifts from Norma in the plural. I have more than one gift there, so there's multiple gifts. You can take all of them or whichever one you choose. Giftsfromnorma.com. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Everyone out there, you want to connect. Thank you so much again for sharing your expertise with us.
It has been
for being here with us today.
Yes.
I just want to say that you're genius. Genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side. Thank you so much.
It's been my pleasure, and I congratulate.
Well,
it's wonderful. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
It's all right.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpo.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, which is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for September 2022. First Atlantic Insurance Group, Creative Force Studios, First Financial Securities, NC 100, Carolinas, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, The Breathing Experience, Margie McLean Foundation, Work the Thing Supplements, Live Shackle Free, Nubian Media, Black House Media Group, 5-Star BDM LLC, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Technicolor Consulting, Carthon Consulting Group, Lotus Rocher Ignites, Uniquely Different Enterprises, Career Communications, STEM City USA, Artistic App Design, I Define TV, Lee Entertainment, Genius is Common, and the Black Business Expo USA. I'm Shani Smith of Can Do Spice, and I have enjoyed my time serving as your moderator today. We will see you back here later on. And for more great speakers, thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side. Stay tuned because there's more to come. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Hey there, welcome to Get Lit World.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Hum and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janae Adams, and my genius is I know how to attract money to people. I paid off $50,000 of debt in 2 years. That's right, $50,000 of debt in 2 years. Now I travel the world as an international speaker and the author of 2 books sharing my story of how I did exactly that step by step. Not only am I a speaker, but I also do financial wellness programs for corporations, and I have an online platform and online courses for individuals around the world. So that is my genius, and of course, genius is common.
Hey there, welcome to Get Lit Worldwide. We are your global reach influencer marketing agency, here to help you bring your exposure back, especially during this pandemic. Get Lit Worldwide is brought to you by the Emmy Award-winning executive TV and film producer, Tommy Morgan Jr., and producing partner, Val Ortiz. So that pretty much makes us an award-winning marketing agency. With us, we only do marketing that works, using the most viral, captivating, and ROI-focused social media influencer campaign strategies for brands. So let me go ahead and tell you the truth. Businesses can no longer afford to ignore the popularity and importance of social media platforms promoting their products and services. We connect companies to our highly sought after exclusive influencer database across all major channels, guaranteeing authentic, memorable campaigns that yield immediate results, powered by insights, data, and creativity. Don't stay behind that 8 ball. Learn the advantages of partnering with social media influencers to showcase your brand. This is the future of authentic and people-centered marketing. Let us show you how our services will get you lit worldwide.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.